When I'm out on this water, it feels like I'm free. I feel like I'm flying in a sense. Like there's nothing that can hold me back. There's nothing that can stop me except for the water itself. And all I have to do is learn the water more, and then I can get across that hurdle. I like to stand up when I'm canoeing just because I like to look under the water. I like to see the fish swimming under there and the turtles. I've seen a loon come out of the sky at full speed and dive right underneath the water and come back out the water with a fish. I've seen two herons fighting each other over a fish. Huge snapping turtles, huge fish. You know, things that seem like you can only see them on the Discovery Channel. The Garden of Eden. Gardens under which rivers flow. This tree right here, right? Beautiful, big, what's this? Maple tree. Beautiful, big maple tree. Sugar maple tree, actually. You know, the sugar maple tree produces the good syrup, you know, that we all know and love. Before you get to the maple syrup, you know, you have to tap in, you get the water out of it. My ancestors didn't just say, we can probably drink what may be inside of this tree. Instead, we watched. So we watched a bird that we call Muriyd. It's the biggest woodpecker in the Northeast here. Beautiful bird. It's actually where they get, this is just a fun fact, Woody the Woodpecker from. You know, Woody laughs, and when you hear them, it sounds like they're laughing. Old story says that's it. I look at that. Here's me. So, long time ago, the tree, the maple tree, the sugar maple tree, it had an itch, a bad itch that it couldn't get to because it was deep within its bark. These beetles had burrowed within the tree, and as they were burrowing, it was itching the tree so bad, but it couldn't get to it, you know, with his limbs. So it called out, help me, weech man. You know, someone help me. Muriyd, when he came, you know, he said to Sugar Maple, you know, I can help you, Sugar Maple. And he began to peck at the tree and eat the worms and the beetles out of the tree. So after some time, it was a dry season and the water was beginning to dry up. So Muriyd was so thirsty and had no water. And Maple Sapling saw this and said, my old friend, you can come and drink from deep within me. Drink the sweet water that's inside of me. And he began to drill inside of Sugar Maple again. And when he stuck his tongue deep inside, he began to drink. And when he was done, the water continued to come out of the tree. So my ancestors saw this. It's a nice story, but it's more than just a story. When these stories and things die, the spirit of my ancestors, the spirit of the trees, you know, of the animals dies along with it, you know? So we use this land to teach these different stories, you know, to keep all of these different things alive. So what's happening today is just a continuance of that. And we're starting now.
Niish.
Yo.
Quick, everyone. Sahana here from Beyond Clouds. Early in the morning, so I sound a little raspy. So today is Thursday, May 23rd, 2024. For any latecomers who see this video. And I just want to give everybody a heads up that Sunday, the 26th, kicks off the second annual Stand with Two Clouds Week. Yeah. And so just as a recap, anybody who didn't hear of this whole Stand with Two Clouds Week last year, let me give you a little briefing, okay? Firstly, Two Clouds is my son, Muriyd Williams. His Lenape name is Niish Akumahkwak, and that translates to English as two clouds. That's where we get the two clouds from. I know a lot of Muslims don't understand that. They be like freaking out, thinking it's some sort of shirk, like, you know, I don't know. Muslims think everything is shirk, except stuff that is, right? But so Two Clouds, he was an Indigenous rights activist. We are Afro-Indigenous people, meaning we are Black and Indian. And he was, or he is, an enrolled member of his father's tribe, Ramapough, the Lenape people, who are headquartered in Mahwah, New Jersey. He, again, was an Indigenous rights activist. He was a water protector, firekeeper. He acted as tribal secretary at one point, a spokesperson. He served on the council at the time of his death, which was by murder. He was acting as their elected war chief. And he had just returned, not even 24 hours before, from New England area, Mashpee, on official tribal business, because there's this idiot who came up there on the land threatening the people and such. So he went up there to, he thought this woman said that she put together a meeting with other tribal chiefs to help him garner support to once and for all get this stupid dude to leave them alone. He went up there. There was actually no meeting waiting. And so when he came back down to the land of Ramapough, the Mahwah area, less than 24 hours later, he was dead. And so he did such great work in the years that, again, he served the tribe, that and not just the tribe, just Indigenous issues themselves. He did such great work. He, as I've said in other videos, he really put the Ramapough Lenape people on the map, because no one cared about the Ramapough, quite frankly. And, you know, they have very derogatory terms and lore about them. And it wasn't until Two Clouds came up and started fighting for the land and things of that nature that, you know, they started getting support and respect for the people. And, you know, he fought within the Bergen County Court system. If anybody knows anything about the Bergen County area, period, they have a very strong and long-lasting, how do you say? I just have the word in my mind. They're known for being very racist towards Black people and people of color in particular, like generally. And so he fought within the court system and won back, you know, dozens and dozens of acres of land, and inspired other people who own land, you know, a couple of them who own land, to actually offered land to the tribe. And so before his horrible death, he actually gotten back over 100 acres of land for them. So we're talking about people who didn't have any assets. The one piece of land that they had, which was the first land that he secured for them, was given to them by a well-meaning person. The developer who actually owned all that area initially, and he developed it. There's mansions all around there, around that land, and it's just under 14 acres that was given to them, and they were actually about to lose it. They were on the verge of losing it, and two, again, fought for it, won it. He wrote up documentation and stuff. One of his good friends who he understood all that, he helped him edit it and such, and got the land. So for all intents and purposes, they had nothing, no assets at all. And now they have millions of dollars worth of assets because that land there in that region is prime land. And so he did a whole lot of things. His mission has always been based, and our mission has always been based in education and health. And so he did a lot for, like I said, Indigenous people and the Ramapough people in particular. So when he was murdered, the next week, I think, yeah, like the next week after we buried him, I started Beyond Clouds, and then a little later, I started Women of Medicine Health Initiative. And so, Stand with Two Clouds Week is to honor him and teach about him, but it's far more about the mission that he was sent here to give the people, the teachings and everything that he did. And the focus is and will always be on the youth because, it's all about the youth taking this thing forward. So we want to invite them to know that they are empowered, to know that they do have a responsibility, even at their young ages, to know that they don't have to feel, depleted, even at their young ages, that there are things that they can do for the world by starting right in their vicinity. So Stand with Two Clouds Week moves to push that idea and, help facilitate that idea to help them start seeing activism, charity, innovation in a way that is conducive to their abilities. And again, letting them know that no, you do have a dog in this race, and it's your responsibility to do something. It's all about accountability. And so, yeah, I don't know if I explained it well enough, but I'll be making other videos throughout the week, giving, ideas about what not just youth can do, because oftentimes just adults, people of all ages, abilities, economic, levels want to do something, but we just don't know what to do. I think oftentimes we have this idea that we have to have all this money, we have to have all this clout, we have to have all this support and people, on our team in order to be successful in helping others. But it's just simply not the case, child. Let me tell you, because I be out here on the ground by myself. It's tiring as heck. And it does, take some money, gas and everything like that. But it's certainly doable. And we always talk about our ancestors. A lot of our ancestors, not all of them, but a lot of our ancestors did far more successfully. So yeah, we stand on their shoulders, right? What you say?
I'm sorry. How you doing? My name is Two Clouds. The Ramapough Mountain Nation turtle flag. You want to ask me something?
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit about your clan?
My clan, we're from Ringwood, New Jersey.
Okay.
I wasn't born in Ringwood. My family was born in Ringwood.
Okay.
From the Ringwood mines. The majority of my clan, they're dead now from cancers that was given to us for a long time, up until I believe about 30 years ago or so. The Ford power plant, they were dumping paint sludge in our old mine shafts.
Wow.
So the toxins, they seeped into the ground,
Mm-hmm.
to the groundwater,
Mm-hmm.
from the groundwater into the water supply. So as we continue to farm and eat off of the land and hunt and drink the water, we were eating toxins.
Wow.
And cancers.
So kind of like what's going on in Flint and in other places.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So this is an old tactic.
Yeah. So actually, there was just a funeral yesterday.
Oh, wow.
For someone that died from cancer.
Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. So where are we right now?
Right now, we're at the Ramapough Sacred Ceremonial Land in Mahwah, New Jersey.
Okay. Okay. And what are some of the struggles that you guys are dealing with here?
The law enforcement and the town's officials, they've been pressing charges on us for having teepees on the land that we erected in solidarity with Standing Rock.
Okay. But this is you guys' land, right?
Yeah, it's deeded to us. It's ours.
So you could put whatever structure you like to have.
No, because we're not white.
Okay, so we forgot to mention that this is smack dab in the middle of what?
A polo club.
A polo club.
Surrounded by mansions.
Surrounded by mansions. Okay, all right. So then there we go. You guys are like an eyesore because this is prime real estate.
And 35 miles away from Manhattan.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. So this land would be valued at how much now, you think?
Well, being that there's multi-million-dollar houses all around us, literally multi-million-dollar houses, I'd have to say at least $10 million.
Wow.
And this whole property that's ours is 13.9 acres.
13.9. Okay.
And this land, and right across the water over there, that's an island.
Okay.
That whole island is ours.
Okay. All right. So do you think they're trying to have you guys like abandon the land so then they can start, enacting some laws when it comes to that?
Oh, of course. Actually, that's one of the, I think you would say, stipulations of us having the land. The land was given back to us.
Okay.
About 25 or so years ago.
Okay.
And in order for us to keep the land, we have to use it for recreational purposes.
Okay.
And restoration purposes.
Okay.
So, in shorter terms, we have to do what we're doing to keep the land.
Exactly. And then, but they didn't anticipate for you to do that, considering because, okay, guys, it's cold out here. So as you can see, the conditions, you really want to go home and be in a warm house, but they really didn't expect for you guys to continue it for as long as you've done. Because that's kind of crazy to give you back your land, but under conditions. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, but we didn't get them conditions, other than just respect us when they got here. But
and even the conditions we did give them, they alter. And, like a huge myth is that my ancestors sold the island of Manhattan for $24.
Oh, yeah, I read about that. I'm like, okay, no one's that stupid. Come on now.
And that's our territory. Manhattan is actually a Muncie word. It's a word in our language. Manhattan means the island with many hills. So we leased it to them for a certain amount of years. If I'm not mistaken, it was 99 years or 150 years. Yeah, that was well over 150 years ago.
Yeah, well, I think that's really what they're on anyway, because they can't own the land. So it's like a rolling 99 years, and with little things that you do, it kind of re-ups.
Oh, they just
The
literally
contract.
just stole it.
Yeah.
They just stole it
Wow.
outright.
That's crazy.
There's where I'm from in North. I'm from Newark, New Jersey,
Yeah.
and there's a hotel downtown Newark, the Robert Treat Hotel. When you go in there, there's a big mural of a few Lenape people and the Englishman, the one Robert Treat Hotel's named after, and it's the painting. It's supposed to depict when the Lenape sold Newark in that area to Robert Treat
For $24.
But if you look at the actual history,
Right. Right.
Even in like what they wrote down, that's not what happened at all.
No, I found I found some a document with what is it? I think in Jersey, one of the whoever does the tolls and stuff like that. I did some tracing back and some land that they have that's valued at multiple millions. They have it recorded as they bought it for $1 in the 1930s.
See, when they mark down it was $1.
It's stolen land.
Yeah.
No doubt. No doubt. Stolen
and they have
land.
to put a price down.
Yeah,
That's
something
what
for
happened to this land right
consideration.
here.
Yeah.
With this land, from up there to the colleges, a few generations ago, about 3-4 generations ago, it belonged to one of the families.
Okay.
The families. And as the story goes, some hooded riders were coming down here.
Hooded riders.
Yeah. You know the nice white.
Oh, the white hooded riders.
Yeah.
Oh,
to keep 'em
okay.
warm.
Oh, okay, to keep them warm. Okay.
Yeah. Or cool rather when they be burning things.
Or to hide their identity, but you know, that's neither here nor there. But they had white hoods, right?
So they would be coming here and threatening the growth with the growth family. This was a farm actually, and they would come and threaten.
Wow.
And he wouldn't do it. So one night, nobody knows exactly what happened, but he left. He took his family and they went upstate New York.
Wow.
Right over the border.
Wow.
And there's a deed of the land that says it was sold for $1.
That's a tactic. Yeah, that's a tactic that's used nowadays, the whole fear thing. So what do you think about the awakening of our people who have been mislabeled, mulatto, colored, some of us white, Negro, black, and now African American? Like, do they look at you and be like, oh, this is a black guy? Yeah.
Yeah, that or Dominican.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But honestly, I think it's about time that people are waking up.
Right.
Because honestly, how can you truly embrace an identity that the one who took your identity gives you?
Gave you. Exactly. And changes at will. But then officially says you chose that.
Exactly.
Now, do you happen to know what we were called before we were called this construct called Indian?
We were called, in English, you just say human.
Okay.
But in the different languages, it would be different things.
So
we will call ourselves by what we were around, like the people known as Mohawk.
Yeah.
Mohawk isn't their real name. They have no M in their language.
Okay.
So they call themselves Kanagahaga, which means the people of the slope.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Lenape means people.
Right.
You know, it means Lene Lenape means the original people, the original man.
Okay.
And that goes for every single tribe in North America.
Yeah. That makes sense. It should go to who you are in your environment. Yeah.
The history of the term Indian, they teach in school. Christopher Columbus was. I hope you have time because.
No, I got time. I'm looking around like, you know what? There go a cheer. Let me dust it. Hold up, yeah. Yeah, I got time. No, we came out here to get this information because some of us can't travel, right? Because we on a plantation somewhere, handling business. So for those of us who can travel, we need to go and get that information and bring it back to everybody else. Okay.
Well, they say in history books that who's supposed to love.
My name is Brooklyn Demi. My father, Jonathan Demi, aka JD, was a filmmaker, and in 2016 I accompanied him to Standing Rock to document the water protectors working and praying to defend life on Earth. It was the blessing of my life to take that journey with him. Upon returning home, JD heard about a water protection prayer camp in Mahwah, New Jersey, a little over 15 miles from our family's home in Nyack, New York. Shortly thereafter, I accompanied him to the Split Rock Sweetwater Prayer Camp of the Ramapough Lenape Nation, under the leadership of Chief Dwayne Perry. In classic JD fashion, in addition to chatting and making friends, he spent his day at Split Rock shooting video footage with the intention of creating another piece. Several months later, in the spring of 2017, JD experienced a rapid decline in health and passed away. This past March, I returned to Split Rock to pray, to begin healing from the devastating loss of my dad, and to attempt to pick up where he left off. Most New Yorkers don't know that in view of the Manhattan skyline in the Ramapough Mountains of northern New Jersey, there are indigenous people who continue to live where their ancestors have for millennia. When they put up a teepee in support of Standing Rock, tensions increased dramatically among the Ramapough Nation, the Township of Mahwah, and the Ramapough Hunt and Polo Club, a private homeowners association which the tribal land is connected to. The Township of Mahwah continues to fine the Ramapough Nation tens of thousands of dollars each week for the presence of illegal structures on tribal land. Each of these ceremonial tree trunk carvings constitutes an illegal structure. Associated fines currently exceed $1 million, and this is a financial burden which the tribe cannot bear. The Township of Mahwah even mandated that the Ramapough Lenape Nation deconstruct their sacred Inipi sweat lodge, a sapling and twine church frame used for healing and prayer. If they cannot pay their legal financial dues, the people will lose their land.
2 or more Ramapoghs do not have the right to gather and pray on their own property. It's illegal for us to pray on our own property.
This is another chapter in the same story of colonial land theft, which began here over 500 years ago. I am seeking to complete a short documentary about what is happening in Mahwah, New Jersey right now.
Mahwah needs to make Mahwah Ramapough again. And I thank you. We'll continue our struggle for Native American rights. Aho.
Okay, Ende Mawe Long, the place where the people gather.
I pray that this film will play a small role in the Ramapough Lenape movement for freedom, justice, and life on Earth. I thank you with all of my heart for any and all support. Thank you so much. Anishik, Anishik, Anishik. Thank you.
We just want to pray. Oh.
For the ever popular, all the Indians have left the area. It is now populated by slaves, and of course, the all well-worn and often told globalist story of the inbred offsprings of prostitutes. A strange breed took over the land by hiding in the nooks and crannies of the Ramapough Mountains. Now, all this was placed upon my people, while the exalted fell on their pompous knees to cry the disappearance of the noble red man by the very people they tried and continue to try to erase from history, hoping that somehow the stains of their own machinations and the blood on their own hands will not be found. The Ramapoughs, the Sweetwater clan of the Muncie people, the Wolf Band, we continue to survive at the very land where we had once been directed by Sachem Katona to keep watch over the sacred places until the Lenape return. Many of the Ramapough today continue to live by the same carbon footprints as our ancestors. The Ramapough Pass was questionably the most important piece of real estate in America at the time of the Revolution. Its importance remained so until 1947, as a choke point of the New York-New Jersey border would have eliminated any strategic advantage in the Northeast of the United States, just as it had during the American Revolution. What I'm saying is the Ramapough Pass is where my people continue to live today. Was at that time in history a redoubt. It was a natural redoubt of which we controlled. We allowed the rebels at that time, who would have been George Washington and the boys with the pantyhose and the guns, to use the redoubt. It's important to understand the strategic value of the Ramapough Pass is as such. Without control of the Ramapough Pass, there was no way for the British or any adversaries to approach the New England colonies in any sizable force except off of the Atlantic Ocean. That was impossible. Or to come down through Canada or around through Pennsylvania. So by us allowing for the use of the Ramapough Pass, it eliminated any strategic advantage being had by the British in order to eliminate the revolution. The other thing that people might find somewhat interesting is that the first 900 cannonballs fired in the Revolution, the chain across the Hudson, the Capitol Dome, the Lady of Freedom across the top of the Capitol Dome was all made from Lenape iron deposits in Ringwood, New Jersey. At the mouth of the pass, Ake and de Mawe Long is a large field, a place where the people gather. In this field was the field of peace where many people from many different tribal nations gathered prior to the revolution. Allah named the grandfathers as the oldest tribe. The reason for that was because we negotiated peace between the nations as we went forward. So the interesting thing is that although, as I said, the iron deposits and the location made it possible for the American experiment to succeed, although the names of the people that sold the land in the area so that the village of Sloatsburg, New York could be established in all of Rockland County, these very same people have no idea who the Ramapoughs are. They have no idea whatsoever. Or could the reason that they seem to be so forgetful is because that true narrative does not support the sort of enlightened look or the romantic look at America when you consider these people stole the land, enslaved the natives to the degree that most people know that the first slaves in the state of New Jersey, sold in the state of New Jersey, were my ancestors. There were no Africans of any sizable amount in North America at that time. The slaves they continued to hound about being escaped slaves were Indians. And when we ran away to such an extent to cow us, they sent us to the West Indies to teach us and beat us and turn us into good slaves and send us back if we made it. These people did such a good job. I assume it was Mr. Willie Lynch's plantation that when they got the science down correctly, they began taking the Africans that they couldn't control and sending them to the West Indies. So before this whole idea of cruelty and the diaspora of the Africans began, it began right here in New Jersey on the Ramapoughs. Didn't believe on, even it didn't belong somewhere across the sea. It started right here. Right here. And coming from the writings of some of the scribes that stood among some of the most prominent people of their day. One of them standing in the Ramapough Pass, one of these people, you may be able to recognize it from this narrative. One of them desired the timber. The other desired the iron. These are both extremely prominent people in the founding of America and still in the economic life of America, families. But they couldn't purchase the land because the Ramapoughs occupied the land. And at that time, there had been so many sort of misadventures in terms of acquiring land that the only way you could acquire the land was to get permission from the governor if there were natives on the land. So they're standing there talking about the land, and the scribe says to them, well, you can't buy the land because there's Indians on it. The guy says, well, there's no Indians. So he says, well, isn't that the Indians that bring down the shot and the charcoal at night? The guy basically looked at him and said, didn't we just tell you there's no Indians? Case closed. I recently had lunch with some folks that are a member of some of these families, these founding families. And I asked them, I said, well, how'd you guys get control over everything? He said, I did a lot of research. He said, as far as I can tell, we took it. We took it. However, one can't steal one's land, one cannot steal one's dignity, and one cannot imprison people within some form of psychological diaspora by telling the truth about the founding of their wealth, of this country. The fact is, the land was founded on slavery. It was founded by enslaving Native Americans. And it was founded here, not in some far off place. In 1911, as reported in the Utica Herald-Dispatch, President Taft was greeted in Cheyenne, Wyoming. The president smiled and he looked down as he espied the Sioux and the Ramapough Indians in their grand attire. So I guess President Taft knew we were around 1911. I want to leave you with a small citation. Genealogies Roger Jocelyn is in a certified report to the BIA traces the ancestry of modern-day Ramapough tribes in the mid-1700s. It says the Ramapough Indian bloodline can be traced to the Aboriginal Munsee tribe who occupied the Ramapough region for thousands of years before the first European settled in the New World. Now, having shared that with you, I think we have a tape of a well-educated, well-polished bigot, racist from Rutgers. And let me first say, Rutgers has been more than kind to the people lately. But when Mr. Thing was sharing his fantastic discovery of all of these inbred people, I was down at Princeton with a mentor of mine, Conrad Lynn, discussing freedom for other peoples. I guess you can see us here that there's an extremely harmful effect of this type of racism. It's ongoing, it's extremely popular. One of the reasons I believe that this continues to be popular mythology is because we're simply 30 miles outside of Manhattan. 3 minutes from my house, you see that well-known poster of Manhattan sort of sitting in the trees. That's not that's not a made-up sort of thing. That's for real. That actually exists. It's not an idealized picture. So we're going to watch this for a moment, yeah?
Indians are not allowed to
You might have to turn it up on the white box, I think. Just turn it up.
Scientific stuff.
We sit 30 miles from New York City. Why should it be so surprising that there's still Native American tribe here and it's still intact? Indians are not allowed to move through time like the rest of us. We don't run around with rock boats anymore.
So now you have to turn the white box all the way over. Yeah, just turn the dial all the way over. unplug the microphone.
Sorry guys, hold on just a minute.
It's plugged in over there.
Okay. So
Now we are having technical difficulties, so just bear with us, you know. I probably broke it.
No, it's definitely my fault. Alright, we're gonna just try it with the microphone up to the computer speaker and see what happens. Oh.
We spent 30 miles from New York City. Why should it be so surprising that there's still Native American tribe here that's still intact? Indians are not allowed to move through time. We don't run around in wigs and wear frock coats anymore, but Indians are supposed to be in leather to the Indians. You shouldn't be going out there and impersonating. I don't go out and impersonate other people. I am who I am, and that's what I'll live with him. Who is he to say who's native and who's not? Anybody that tells you they're pure-blooded this or pure-blooded that, fine. Prick your finger and see how many sources your blood comes from. Oh my God, I'm a Native American. You know what? A lot of people are. A lot of white people don't want to admit how black some of them are. They scold me, free nigger, you name it. I'm saying it's on. I'll put this kid. It is about racism. It's about the Native people in this country. It's about the Ramapough being treated like dirtbags, like people have been doing for the last 200 or 300 years. Some people look at it like you're trying to be something that you're not, but it's a feeling within inside. You know, you feel that this is who I am, this is what I want to do. No matter what you think you are, the reality is when you look in the mirror, what you see is what the world is going to see, and that's how you're going to be defined. We are Ramapough Indians.
response, I think, pretty interesting trailer. The fellow in the trailer was the chief that said, that was Harry Colton, Kerry Holton. He's the chief out, he was the chief in Anadarko. Let me give you some backfill. They went and handpicked him out of Georgia because he's supposedly a descendant of this guy called Black Beaver. So they called me up and they said, well, Chief, what do you think about Black Beaver? I said, never heard of him. He said, well, he used to take all of the cavalry around to the various Indian nations. And he was one of the only Indians out in Oklahoma that had this big, beautiful ranch. What do you think? Sounded to me like Black Beaver was an Uncle Tom killing his own people. If you had to go to Georgia to get somebody lighter than white folks, I'd wonder who Kerry is. And that's purely on a racist basis because that's what you're saying. Racism, raw, ugly racism, masking itself as reality. This clown here, I'm not quite sure who the man is, but I would defy you regardless who you are. If you worked in a mine and you came out and he had your picture, you'd look about like that. But to write a book about it, let me help you with this Mr. Cohen clown. And I'm saying this because the effects of people like Mr. Cohen and Mr. Holt, when you put this scurrilous racist attack on a child, and what I mean is we've had our children stood up in class, you know, I'm from Ireland, okay, Susie, okay, I'm from Italy, okay, I'm a Ramapough Indian. You're not an Indian, there's no Indians in this country, what are you talking about? You're not an Indian. Well, you know what? That becomes a crime against humanity because that kind of racism on a child lasts forever. That's not one of us going in a club and somebody calls you something, you blow them off. That's attacking a child. And when teachers feel justified in attacking children because of people like this, I think we need to look at what we're doing and what we're believing and apply some of that all well-known subject of critical evaluation, critical thinking. When I first met Mr. Cullen, and I didn't meet him, he was giving a talk over in Spring Valley at the Spring Valley Auditorium. And there was about, I don't know, 300 or 400 people in the audience. So I got up and I said, well, excuse me. I said, do you know me? No. Are you sure you don't know me? No. I said, are you sure you've never been to my home and you don't know me? He said, look, I'm giving a lecture here. I said, then what are you doing with my house up behind you talking about these strange inbred people? Mr. Honesty of Integrity there left the stage. But to show you the impact of racism, some very dignified little old lady got up in one of them gray cashmere coats. You should be ashamed. He's trying to help you people. Did Gorine help her? So racism sometimes tastes good if it satisfies your need to be dominant. That's what the Ramapough people have been living with for generations. Just recently, we've had people come out in the last couple of years with the documentation, fought in the Civil War, come home, told both families. One family I'm thinking about lives in Ridgewood, New Jersey. The other lived in Connecticut. Both fairly affluent neighborhoods. And another one lived right here in Westchester. Same thing. Whatever. Don't tell anybody you're a Native American, and whatever you do, don't tell them you're a Ramapough. And I couldn't figure this out because most of our folks are somewhere between my complexion and Two Clouds, and we're saying, okay, well, maybe you're hiding out. We don't know why, but that doesn't run that well. Well, we found out the reason why. You'll love this one. After they emancipated the Africans out of slavery, this same group, you got to check this out for yourself. It's unbelievable. They thought they grandfathered in the Native Americans as slaves. They actually thought they grandfathered in slavery for Native Americans. And what these people were doing was trying to protect their family and their loved ones by telling them, don't tell anybody who you are. Finally, in the last 2 or 3 years, they felt safe enough to come out and say, hey, we've been hiding over here as somebody else. That's what racism does. You know? You talk about it, you sort of get a double entendre if you're a little darker complected. I love this. You can be blonde, blue hair, and all of that. You be Indian in a minute. What are you? I'm an Apache. Okay, you an Apache. Put about 2 drops of melon on you and say, you an Indian. The next thing you get is, how much Indian are you? That's racism we've learned. And since we're talking about racism, I'm going to free you all up a little bit. I heard some beautiful stuff about all the great work being done around the world. And I know this school does a lot of good stuff. Here's something you can guard against and you can start to free yourself against. There's 2 things that's happened in history. One big thing was the doctrine of discovery. And the other one that had an equal sociopathical approach was Willie Lynch. And for those who have white clear understand Willie, we always hear the Trail of Tears. You know why there was a Trail of Tears? Because when they found out that the Africans that were living on the Native American land were not slaves, but allies. Yes, there was 2 Indians that had slaves somewhere out there. They probably moved to Oklahoma. But when they found out en masse that the Africans and the Native Americans had become allies, and they could not, the planners could not overpower that social dynamic, they went to President Andrew Jackson and then had them drive the people out and become the Trail of Tears. We can add that to the history book. We can add this to the Ramapough history as resistance. There was a men's club in Hilburn called the Ungava. And I could, well, you'd see pictures and they had their little aprons on, sort of like the Odd Fellows. And every once in a while you'd see a picture of women and they'd have, you know, them old 30s dresses. You'd see a little yoke, and the yoke was a Eastern woodland pattern on it. What we found out was, and you can follow this through to the computer, turned out that the Ungava was considered, the only free Native American land in North America. It was between Nova Scotia and the Arctic Circle. So I can only proffer that back in the day, since there was also a number of other tribal people living in the tribal area, the Ramapough tribal area, and we had thought that it looked like we had something to do with this freedom of this land. But when we did the Earth Day March in New York, where it was 500,000 people, a guy came up to me after the march down by the Javits Center. He says, well, actually, it was Dallas Goldtooth. He said, somebody wants to meet you, Chief. And I'm saying, well, okay, 500,000 people, I'm sure they do. Turned out it was the chief and his wife from the Ungava, Nova Scotia, that wanted to come down and thank me because we were the same people, the same blood that kept them alive so that they could exist today. So we know that. We know what the actual genealogical reports is. The government knows. The people, they built the dome out of the iron and the cannonballs from Ringwood, but nobody knows who we are. Why is that? Other than just blatant racism. I'm guessing one of the big reasons is we're 30 miles outside New York. Everybody loved to go to Wyoming, right? That's nice, right? Go on out there, you got Indians, you got, you know, Arizona, you got rocks, you got everything. About 2 weeks later, you need to get home, right? This is New York. It's a different headset. Yes. So okay. So what I'm saying to you is I believe one of the reasons we want to get rid of the tribal people to this moment and they like to keep this myth going is because people are still trying to push us off our land. Which leads us to where Two Clouds is going to introduce, is going to bring it up to speed. At this moment, we are still fighting to have religious freedom and to maintain our land, if you would. Thank you.
She's gonna help you with the audio.
Oh no. All right. Now, hello. I'm gonna go over a little of what Chief Ferry was talking about. You see in the map, up where it's Mawa, southern and Hillbrook, you see the little river that said Ramapough Pass. Now, this goes right through the Ramapough Mountains. When you're up there, the mountains go from north all the way down south. This is the only opening that you have from the water here, the Hudson River, to the interior of the country. The next one is down.
Historical Society.
Now, this individual here, Cohen, is a reason why we cannot stand this individual. Back in, I believe it was the 70s, he supposedly wanted to trace our roots to see if we had any Native American ancestry, because what we know isn't enough. You know, like if someone were to go to anyone in this room and ask you where your grandparents are from, who are you? And if you say Nigerian or Irish or anything, nobody will ever question it. But as soon as you say, as my chief was just explaining, as soon as you say you're Native American, everyone wants to doubt it. Now, my grandmother she resembles Chief, you know, she's Muncie, she's Ramapough from my father. My mother's mother is Irish and Mohawk. And, you know, people look at me and they always say, you're not Native. But you can say whatever you like to say, but I know who I am, I know my language. But that's neither here nor there. So now this individual, David Cohen, he wrote this his book, Ramapough Mountain People. In his book, he tries to debunk our heritage. So here's a quote by Christian Tedros. It says, perhaps the most controversial research published on this tribe was by David Cohen, a professor at Rutgers University, whose genealogical research debunked the Ramapough claim to Indian tribal heritage. This particular source was the Board of Archaeological Research, yet used by the government as grounds to undermine their qualification for federal recognition. He insists that while many of these people identify with the American Indians, they possessed no authentic Indian cultural traits, instead labeling themselves as colored or non-white. Now, this is from his book, The Ramapough Mountain People. This here is from the first page. He quotes J.C. Storm saying that the Tuscarora Indians represent the first real influx into the mountains and constituted the first elements in the race of people that grew up there and has become known as the so-called Jackson Whites, which is a very derogatory term for my tribe. Now, the Tuscaroras are originally from the Chesapeake area in Virginia. They, during the between 1710 and 1713, they migrated up north to join with the Six Nations Iroquois Confederacy, which is in the New York and Canadian area, the Haudenosaunee, and became Six Nations. Around the year 1714, a group of a few hundred of them stayed in the mouth of the Ramapough Mountains in the valley there, which is where Aki and Mawawilan, or now known as Mawa, is. Once the vast majority of them continued to migrate up north, a lot of them stayed, and they wound up intermixing. So from what Cohen is trying to say, the first real native influx was with the Tuscaroran people, and with this he was trying to take away our claim to the Ramapough Mountains. Now, from the New Jersey Historical Society, it states that in the 1650s, many Indians moved from western Connecticut into northern New Jersey and southeastern New York. Now, as Chief Perry mentioned earlier, the Muncie Lenape people, the Muncie are the Wolf Band or the Wolf Nation of the Lenape tribe as a whole. Our territory was from a little north of Albany, as far south as the Raritan River, the northern side of the Raritan. And from here, Yonkers, Brooklyn, Bronx, all of this actually, all of New York City was ours. Eastern Long Island, Manhattan is actually our language. Manhattan, it means the island of many hills. So they kicked us out, but kept our language here. But and as far east as a little past the Susquehanna River in Pennsylvania. This was all Muncie territory. So here when it states that Indians moved from western Connecticut into New York, northern New Jersey and southeastern New York, these are still Muncie people that migrated. And this is before the Tuscaroran migration also. Then We have the other quote here that also in the 1650s, a Shantuck vessel, a Mohegan pot, and a Muncie vessel were found together in Spokesperson, New York. The vessel dated back to 1580 AD. Again, this is much further than the 1714 assumption, you know, whatever you want to call it. So these two things, it debunks what Cohen was trying to say, trying to debunk. And then also it states that 1710, after all their land was sold, the Tappan used with the Hackensack under one chief, united with the Hackensack under one chieftaincy in the Ramapough Mountains. Now, the Ramapough, this isn't quite in here, but I'll give a little bit of this history. Before 1709, 1710, the Ramapough band itself was located in southwestern Connecticut and Westchester, New York. That whole area was the territory of the Ramapough band. Now, in that area in Connecticut, there's a town named after one of our chiefs. His name was Katona. Yeah, Katona, Connecticut. Now, in 1710, there was a treaty signed called the Ramapough Tract Deed. This Ramapough Tract Deed states that the Ramapough Indians, under the chieftaincy of Chief Katana, sold land, this tract of land, after which they migrated to the mountains that were named after them. So, if Cohen or an individual like him would have done actual research, it's right there, you know, it's very blatant. I found this out, you know, like this, you know. And this was only in the 70s. He could have gone right to the Historical Society if he truly wanted to find this out. And then, Chief, you want to touch on this?
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to apologize for my short spiel on Mr. Cohen, because like I said once, I think I said it all. If he's giving a speech, I'm giving a speech on somebody and I got your house and thing. And apparently there's no credibility there at all. But he's made a fairly good living at it. One of the things I would like to say, I got off a little bit on Willie Lynch, but I think it's important to understand the cruelty and the impact of Willie Lynch. So I'd like to finish up with this last bit, and I was talking about the importance of Willie Lynch was when he came to this, come back here as a consultant, he taught us how to be envious, how to divide each other, how to separate out from color, how to separate out by eyesight, who was high, who worked in the house, who could touch an animal. He taught us to be envious of each other. So now that has damaged, and let me also say this in general, the Native American community is about 50 years behind the Black community in coming to terms with the effects of Willie Lynch. This is real, this is serious racism. This is what's happening now in America. The other part of that is this trick played on all the white folks. The doctrine of discovery. And let me first say it like this. It does not mean anything negative about anybody sitting in this room or perhaps alive today. What the doctrine of discovery did, and I'm sure you guys are a lot of you are theological students, is probably the most highly elevated academic argument in the world. I mean, you could sit there and you can't go brain dead from the elevation of how to figure out the doctrine of discovery. Here's what the doctrine of discovery did to you today. So I hope when we leave out of here, both black, white, brown, and green, we're better people. The doctrine of discovery over a period of nearly 500 years stuck in your psychic somehow that you are entitled, even though you don't walk like you're entitled. It's allowed you to think you're entitled. It's allowed you to think you're a little bit better, even though in your heart you would never do anything to put anybody down. But as long as that's there, there's always going to be one somebody, we like to say this, know everything. No matter what you do, like I said, there's people that would step to us, they know more about being Ramapough than we'll ever know. They can quote David Cohen like it's the Bible. You know? So what I'm saying to you is understanding the impact of what the doctrine of discovery has done to us as a society, what David Cohn has done to us not David Cohn, Willie Lynch has done to us as a society. Once we understand that, we can truly be equals amongst each others. But until we're willing to accept the premise that these were learned, taught behaviors, we're not going to be able to get beyond them. And the unfortunate thing is, like I said, the average Native American is maybe 50 years behind the Black community. I would say the Ramapough community might be another 25 years behind the average Native American community. Why? Because as recently as 2 years ago, our children were being stood up in school and denigrated. When Donald Trump, we first went for federal recognition. Donald Trump, we thought it was great. He come down and he blocked our federal recognition. We thought it was because, 10 years before there was a gaming law, we said, man, this guy's really a brilliant businessman. We didn't even know there was a gaming law. And that would have been good, but then he followed it on with a lot of racism. He looks more like Indians than I do. What kind of Indians are they? They just want to have bingo parlors, all of this racism. What did that do? That brought up all of that racism of the past and went right back into, we don't need to hire you people. You don't have a credit rating, you people. You don't need a job, you people. And worst of all, like I said, when you put that little nastiness on a child, that becomes really sort of a crime against humanity. So that's what we've been facing, and we've been facing it to this moment. And I want to really be thankful of folks like yourselves and some other forums now that people are saying, well, let's at least hear the truth, or at least let's hear enough so we can make our own decision. There's places in the Ramapough Mountains that have the same spiritual insight of any place in the world, and we don't dare to open them up because the minute we do, either we don't own them, or somebody that does will either come and bulldoze them or take them over and sell them. So you'll find we've got a number of sacred sites throughout the metropolitan area that we don't even rake the leaves. If you see that would be brushed because we don't have any control. Here's a thing you like: education. Morwell school system, Morwell, New Jersey. This is less than 20 years ago. I would say maybe 15 years ago. They had an unwritten law to get the tribal children out of school at the age of 15 or 16. They got them out. And this went on for generations. This went on for people far older than myself. For generations it went on. The interesting thing was, Morwell also employed the tribal people in the town of public works, where some of them got really good paying jobs. I mean, jobs I think going to college would make you want to have, nice paying jobs. The problem with that is, if the only place you can get a living wage job without an education is for the town, that's a form of modern day indentured servitude. They don't make it if you're making $70 or $80 or $90,000 a year driving a snowplow. If that's the only place you can get money to drive, you become an indentured servant. That's going on now in this century in Morwell, New Jersey, and also in Ringwood, New Jersey. That's intense racism. Everybody's going, about a third of our population in Ringwood, as I'm sure you all heard about it with the toxins, are dying from direct result of the toxins. A little history on that. Mr. Ford was one of those people in the Ramapough Pass that wanted to timber. It was the Fords that did a thing called the violence study. The violence study was a study done in the 30s to help identify subhumans, of which some of our ancestors were a part. He did such a wonderful job that the Nazi Party gave him a medal for his work in identifying subhumans. And then he took that technology, brought it to Germany, and started putting little, Jewish kids away. We come to one of the best known, most beloved foundations in the country, the Ford Foundation, sponsored eugenics. You know what eugenics was, right? That was identifying sterilized Native women because they were subhuman. Too big to be human. Fast forward. Instead of those minds I talked about, which should be giving tours, because it was these were minds that were essential to the development and the creation of the Americas. The Fords wanted to put high-end housing, executive housing, where the natives lived. He couldn't do it because of other codicils and things that had went on. They didn't have a problem. That's when they started dumping the toxins in the mines. But they're not being held liable, even though my people at this moment are dying from that quiet genocide. That's what racism does when nobody speaks up. When nobody thinks it's funny. So here we are now, and I'll leave off where some of the other speakers were. Where are we going to be if the great white dope keeps going forward with this current thing? We're stepping into fascism, and I would suggest that the only people that have the capacity to change that are actually the women. So when you all get ready to move, I will do my best to make sure that the rest of our men somehow can back you up. But I don't believe that these people in power or anywhere else in the world, they cannot deal with you psychologically. And we're going into a psychological warfare. So as you take the lead, you will be taking the lead for women all over the world to stand up. So just let me say, not God bless the Queen, God bless all the rest of you, good luck. But it's real, and you don't have to wait till next time because the war started yesterday. Like I said, this whole idea of ethnicity and racism, and essentially, there is an ongoing part right this moment to ensure that the Ramapoughs are erased from history. Think about it. All of the things our ancestors were involved in, we get no credit for. We are inbred. One of the stories I like, they always say, well, you all have the same central names. We do. Back in the mid 1700s, they outlawed the use of any native name, native dress, or ceremony. So what would happen if everybody in this room were out picking berries or whatever we're doing, playing horseshoes, whatever people were doing, and the guy come up with the pantyhose and the gun and said, what's your name? You would use the name of the best known local, usually the local governor at the time. So you might say, my name is Bob Knucklehead. And they'd say, well, what's your name? Well, you're Sally Knucklehead and Jane Knucklehead and Bill Knucklehead. Now, fast forward with the same racist paradigm. Remember, you give them the Knucklehead name because you want to stay alive. Now, let's move forward 200-300 years. Oh, they're all interbred, they're marrying everybody. No. You got about 30 different families, all named Knucklehead. But if you go with David Cohn into specialist and racist, then you got Mary Knucklehead, married Bob Knucklehead. He's sleeping over here with Jane Knucklehead. Now you got this crazy inbred group of knuckleheads. But without applying critical thinking or looking beyond the surface, it appears intriguing and true. Another part of this tale that our people have had to live with. So, I mean, it's all very simply explainable and provable if you apply critical thinking. If you don't apply critical thinking, then maybe you are a knucklehead. So let me leave you with that. And is there any questions I can maybe? I'm sorry, I'm cutting my partner out here. He's apparently whitewashing the screen now. I don't know what's going on. So it's camp, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now this brings us to today. After what's been going on in going on in Standing Rock with the Dakota Access Pipeline back in October, the tribe decided that we should start a prayer camp on our ceremonial land in Mahwah, New Jersey. So after October 16th is when we started it, and up until now, we've still been experiencing a lot of this racism in the town. I'm one of the people that's been there since the beginning, since October 16th, so about 6.5 months now. And this racism is mad. You'll be able to see this.
Yep, Sarah. Good to go.
We originally put up these teepees in solidarity with the people at Standing Rock who are fighting not only the pipeline out there, but fundamentally poisoning of water, not just in Missouri, but really a culture and a system that is placing profit above our health, safety, and welfare issues.
So this land is very special to my tribe. And I want to get involved to help whoever I could. So when we have the first meeting about trying to stop the pipeline and solidarity with Standing Rock, I decided then that I would be here.
It's not a camp. We're not running a Boy Scout camp. Camp is synonymous with the word pray. It's a prayer camp. The interesting thing is that the Pilgrim Pipeline is carrying the same back and crew as it is out in the Dakotas. There is no domestic market for any of this land. So other than greed and avarice, there's really no need for it to be endangering not just tribal lands, but to be endangering the water systems for millions of people unconscionable.
A lot of people don't really understand the danger of what's going on. You know, like small neighbors, they don't really understand the severity of having a pipeline laid until it's too late, and until they realize that you can't drink any water, you can't grow any food, you can't even shower because the water is no longer water. Then what are they doing? And then we should get clothes.
So that's what we're doing now. Up in Jersey. So the township, Chief may want to speak about this more also, but the town has been fining us for having teepees. You guys will love this. We were fined for illegally laying mulch down on our property, for laying stones. We were fined for building those teepees. They said that they're permanent structures, and we can't have permanent structures. But the thing with teepees they're not permanent. You know, it took us for that big teepee, it took 4 of us about 20 minutes to put it up. And the smaller teepees, it only takes about 10 or so minutes, 2 people. You know, and you take it down to half the time. So they were charging us $1,000 for the TP and even more for the mulch and such. And we built the cook shack and with an extra awning on it to guard the wood from the elements. And they were charging us $3,500 a week for this awning. So now they've halted this for now. We're trying to raise money for, give me a few more minutes. I'm sorry. Can I have like 5 or so more minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, so now we're trying to raise money for lawyers and an architect and an engineer so we can have this site plan done for the town so that they don't continue to fine us. Because what they'll do, actually, this is a very historic thing in this country. President Thomas Jefferson said, fine the Indians so much that the only way they can pay it back is by giving their land. This is what the president said, and this is what the town and the towns of that area have been doing to our tribe, and that's what they're trying to do now. They're trying to take this advantage. So we need support. However, you can give support, even if you just come up there to say hi. I do canoe tours on the river. Yeah, it's beautiful. You guys, everyone, just tell everyone, let the whole city come up there. All the information is there on a flyer that Kat handed out. And I have cards also. I don't put my telephone numbers on it. So I won't waste your time anymore. Thank you. Pilgrim Pipeline doesn't have the permits yet. So they're still attempting to get those permits. Yes. Yes.
Is it NRDC? Are they formed?
In DC?
No, NRD, National Resource Defense Council. Are they contracted?
I don't know. I'm not sure. But this pipeline, as you may know, it's supposed to go from Albany to Linden, New Jersey, and it's going to go three-fourths of a mile away from where this camp is, through our mountains in Mawa, very close to Ringwood, like right on the border, Mawa and Ringwood. And in those woods back there, I hike those woods all the time. There's beautiful creeks and brooks and springs everywhere back there. So this pipeline is gonna go right through all of it. And this is water that goes into the river, for the fish and everything. And it just all gets great. Exactly. It's all just.
Are they connected to the oil barges that are parked on the river?
Yeah, well, they're all part of the same system. One of the things they're doing is that I should stand up. One of the things one of the reasons it's so important to speak out about the pipelines, and I guess the president just recently basically eliminated any opposition to it legally. Not only are they carrying the same back and fuel from Albany to Linden, New Jersey, they're essentially going through 11 streams and whatever, but they're also going through the New York City watershed. And when they get right down here at the end of the tap over here, where we live in Ramapough, it's going through one of those 7 sole source aquifers in the country. That aquifer itself supplies water to approximately 4 million people in New Jersey. But keep this in mind, if they destroy one of these watersheds, and they've just had a spill about 3 weeks ago, fortunately it avoided going in it, they're going to destroy the capacity of New York City to drink water. So my question would be this: if at that point we're destroying the livelihood for millions, the way for millions of people to live, can that be described as a crime against humanity? Because your money and your support and your background is not going to help you, because as the folks says, you can't drink oil. And that's really the thing. And what I'd like to say is not only would we like to we need everyone's help, let's think about what this is. The Native Americans, both here and in the Dakotas and around the country, we have been little more than canaries in the mine. We've been trying to say, please wake up. We don't have the capacity to stop these people by ourselves. We need everyone, and everybody that drinks water, we need to stand up. And now that we're walking forward, and I don't mean to be disparaging except for one person, this guy really is the great white dope. We're in danger up in here. So let me leave you with that. I don't want to get on a roll with it, but let me at least thank you all again.
Thank you.
Harbor Freight knows on any given day, we're all mechanics. DIYers, and training wheel taker offers.
I just wanted to bring to light the fact that every single court case that we've had since the prayer since they came under the name Split Rock Sweetwater, started October 2016, we've won everything. If we didn't win them 100%, we won them 90%, 85%. The town hasn't won anything. Them saying that we don't have a right to pray on the land, first of all, is absurd. We weren't able to pray as Native American people until 1978. We need to remember that. We need to remember that it was illegal for us to worship in any way, shape, or form. Then the Native American Freedom of Religious Act was passed in 78, not long ago. My mother was alive then, you know. Now they're saying again that we cannot pray on our land, that the land is not zoned. So let's only speak about the zoning itself. We have had our land zoned for ceremonial and cultural purposes back in January of 2012. Yet they're ignoring that. Actually, last year, I believe it was September 15th of 2017, they rescinded that permit. But during the trial of October of 2017, the judge said that they do not have the authority or the right to rescind the permit without due process, which they did. So that means that this day it still stands. So the fact that the Mawa government has the audacity to try to lie and say that we are disobeying the law when they themselves are disobeying the law, and they are acting, as Chief Perry has said, as vigilantes. They are just showing that they're nothing more than gangsters. At the end of the day, they're nothing more than gangsters. And they think they can keep on oppressing us. They think they can keep on messing with my tribe, and they can't do it. They keep taking us to court, and they keep losing because we have the Creator on our side. And with that said, this is why we're asking for our allies to come and help us, and we're asking for our people to come and help us, because we're not going to lose. We're not going to lose our land. We're not going to lose our rights. These rights were given to us by the Creator, and these individuals don't have any power over us. And Mawa, you have no power over us. So you want to say something, or you, Chief? Number one, Niish Akumahkwak, Shita Tegaloyate, Ganyageha, Nunguh, Ganyak Kahaga, Shita Mohakwa, Wakning Koh, Naka Alamapouh Lenapewa, Wak Nawalataman, Wendak Takwa. Hello everyone, my name is Two Clouds. In the Lenape language that I was speaking, it's Niish Akumahkwak, but in the Mohawk language, it's Tegaloyate, and this is the name that was given to me by my Laganoha'a, my uncle out in the Mohawk Reservation, Akosasne. It means two skies as opposed to two clouds. My mother, she's Mohawk, Gatniagahaga. My father, he is Ramapough from Catskill Mountains here in New York, New Jersey, the Hudson River going out to the Delaware River. And the Walataman one Takwa, I followed the way of the turtle clan. So one of the, when I was asked to give my 2 cents,
Spectrum Internet offers the fastest speeds in more neighborhoods than any other provider. With Spectrum Internet, you can power all of your devices with the most reliable internet speeds.
Get Spectrum
on this topic of the Ganyak Gahaga, and we're all being in the area of Tioga, or Tioga. I was pretty thrilled this is something that is close to my heart because this is where my family is from. My Mohawk family is from there. And when we look through the old text, it's very hard to come by facts. It will say either the Garastoga lived in that area or the Seneca lived in that area of Tioga County, Athens, and all of that whole area there. But there's not an understanding of the way the Haudenosaunee or the Iroquois is arranged accurately. These are some things that myself I'm learning from my uncle, Ganalatillo, Roger Jack, who himself, he's one of the elders and he is a traditional chief of Akwesasne, the Mohawk reservation that is positioned on the St. Lawrence River, upstate New York and Quebec, Ontario. And he's been teaching me many things as well as many of the other elders. One of the main misconceptions, in my opinion, about the Haudenosaunee, the Five Nations Confederacy, initially they were on the Six Nations after the Tuscarora joined them, is that historians and many people who think outside of the native mindset seem to believe that the Mohawk were in their area, the Seneca were in their area to the west of the Mohawk, and in between them you had the Cayuga, the Onondaga, and the Oneida, and everyone just stayed there. And then the Tuscarora came, and they were positioned there in the center, and no one ever traveled anywhere. But that is not the case at all. Actually, going into the mid to late 1700s, the Haudenosaunee included, from its position in modern upstate New York, going into western New York, the Buffalo area. It also included as far west as Michigan, as far south as Western Virginia, and as far east as virtually the entire state of New York, and everything within those bounds there. And piece by piece, the colonial government began to acquire this land from the Haudenosaunee. One of the best for this topic here in Pennsylvania, one of the best sources is actually the 1758 Treaty of Easton, which I actually have here. It's the 1758 Treaty of Easton, which was held in Easton. In this treaty, without going too deep into it, and this is actually one of my fields of study, is treaty law. The Treaty of Easton is a treaty that affected the Munsee Lenape people. That's my father's people, and that's the tribe that I myself am enrolled in. The Ramapough Mountain Indians people. The language that I spoke in the beginning is the Munsee language that we call Halenaksawakan. So this treaty is one that is very close to home to me, since I am an enrolled member of a Munsee tribe. At the same time, since the Mohawk and Onondaga and the Haudenosaunee were essentially the oppressors on the native side. They were the oppressors in this scenario. It's like, man, my mom's people kind of, suppressed my dad's people. Now, the Mohawk and Onondaga, as written within this Treaty of Easton, that took place in Pennsylvania, getting rid of all of the remaining Lenape lands in New Jersey. So upon forcing the Munsee to sign this Treaty of Easton, which took place in Pennsylvania. It shows that one, the Haudenosaunee, primarily the Mohawk, had, in this case, had authority over the Lenape people, since they were able to essentially force many of the Lenape to relinquish the ties to our land in northern Jersey, from the Raritan River to the border of New York State. Even though New Jersey has never been the territory of the Haudenosaunee, it shows that the Iroquois were traveling, you could say. They were conquering, is what they were doing at that time. When we also look at in Philadelphia, in around the same time, the 1750s, I believe it was also 1758, the Tree of Peace was planted in Philadelphia. Now, the Tree of Peace, according to the Haudenosaunee, the creation story of the Confederacy itself speaks about a prophet called the Peacemaker. And this Peacemaker came from the territory of the Huron, crossed over the big lake, I believe it was Lake Ontario, and met with Hiawatha. When he met with Hiawatha and they spoke about the treachery that had been happening, the fighting that had been happening within the Iroquois people, the Five Nations, the Mohawk and Seneca, Onondaga, Oneida, Cayugas, the fighting that was going on and killing each other and, nonstop. They went, the Peacemaker and Hiawatha went to each of the nations. They went to the worst of the people first. This is how my uncle has explained it to me. The Peacemaker and Hiawatha went to the very worst of the people, the Iroquois people first. They were the Gahaga, the Mohawk. They went to the Mohawk and told them to join in this way of peace. And after a lot of convincing, they did. The Mohawk joined this way. And they went to each of these, the Seneca, Onondaga, Oneida, Cayugas, the fighting that was going on and killing each other and, nonstop. They went, the Peacemaker and Hiawatha went to each of the nations. They went to the worst of the people first. This is how my uncle has explained it to me. The Peacemaker and Hiawatha went to the very worst of the people, the Iroquois people first. They were the Gahaga, the Mohawk. They went to the Mohawk and told them to join in this way of peace. And after a lot of convincing, they did. The Mohawk joined this way. And they went to each of these, the villages of these Five Nations until they finally, everyone accepted. And then the Taradaho, which is a different story there, but the Taradaho accepted it, and he's Onondaga, and Taradaho was the leader of, he became the leader of the Haudenosaunee after this event. After everyone had accepted the Guyana Nagoa, the Great Law of Peace, that Guyana Nagoa that the Peacemaker came with, they took their tools, their weapons, and buried them under this great white pine, and that white pine became the symbol of peace for the Haudenosaunee. So much so that it's even inside of the wampum belt called the Hiawatha belt. Fast forward from that time to the 1750s in Philadelphia, the Mohawk and Onondaga and Seneca planted a tree of peace in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, which has historically been known as Unami, one of the portions of Lenape people's lands, not Haudenosaunee land. My reason for bringing these points up, though it's not referring specifically to northern Pennsylvania, in which Tioga is situated, it does show The Mohawk, Onondaga, and Seneca, the Iroquoian people, the Haudenosaunee, venturing very far away from their written territories. Now, we had many roads in the olden days. Many of the old Indian trails, you can call them, actually became our state roads today and our highways and interstates. Among these roads, which were used by the natives, specifically the Haudenosaunee, it went through Tioga. From the Mohawk Valley, this road area of a village called Kahnawake. This village of Kahnawake was one of the largest Mohawk villages situated on the Mohawk River there, near Albany, New York. From the Mohawk River, it stretched westward, going towards Onondaga territory, where this road would then join with others coming from all of the Iroquoian Confederacy territories and would branch down southwards, where it would meet at the forks at the Tioga. And from there would go southward through Philadelphia, going even into Virginia and the Carolinas. This road was initially used for trade, for there was a lot of trade being done with the Iroquoian peoples in the south, as well as the Algonquin people who lived all and still live today, all in between on this road. Algonquin people such as the Lenape, Mohican, Mohegan, Pequots, etc., etc. We also have a Mohawk Trail branching west from New York, going into Vermont and then into Massachusetts, called the Mohawk Trail. So we see these trails, and we can see the migration for travel and later for war, as well as for marriage and things like this. We can see the evidence when we look all around us, even though something may not be written out in black and white in a book per se. And it is. And in those slim times that it isn't written down, we need someone to then write them down. I digress. It's something else that we can see, rather another big way that we can tell there was a lot of movement back and forth with the Haudenosaunee is the Tuscarora. When the Tuscarora, who are originally, well, at the time of contact rather, were settled in the Carolinas area, Carolinas, south of the Chesapeake Bay region. They were enemies with the Cherokee people, and they were at war with the Cherokee. The Cherokee were made allies with the new settlers who came from Europe here. So what began to happen is, whenever the Cherokee would defeat some of the Tuscarora, they would capture them and make them slaves, which was common for us to do. It was common for us to take prisoners. And when we would take those prisoners, we would then assimilate them into our tribe, and they would get rid of who they were. So as an example, Ayanwata, who I mentioned earlier, his mother was a Mohawk woman who was taken as a slave, a captive, by the Onondaga. She was assimilated into the Onondaga society, and Ayanwata was not considered a Mohawk, but was himself considered Onondaga. Likewise, with the Tuscarora and the Cherokee would take Tuscarora as captives, and then those Tuscarora would become Cherokee. This is the way that our captive system worked. Unfortunately, when the Cherokee began to give these captives to the English, it wasn't done quite the same way. They were made slaves in the Western, current understanding of a slave. This was happening so much that the Tuscarora sent runners to the Mohawk and asked the Mohawk if they could come to the Mohawk territory and have safe passage there because of what was happening. And it was voted on, and that's essentially how they became the sixth nation of the Haudenosaunee. The road that the Tuscarora then took, there's two different roads that they took, but one of those roads is the same road that passed through Tioga. This was a very well-known, very well-used Iroquoian trade route, and not just Iroquoian, but it was at this time it was in their territory. Now, the territory itself of Tioga, the territory itself of Tioga was not per se in the heart of the the Mohawk people. It was one of those areas that was used for trade and such, and it was territory that was taken from the people who were actually from there. In the old days, all of that area of Pennsylvania going just west of the Susquehanna River was Lenape lands. The word itself, Susquehanna, is a Lenape word, meaning the black river, the dark river, or the muddy, nasty, dirty river. Then some Mohawk came from the north, and these Mohawk we call Kwekwe, Kulemansi, number one, Linda Shinsi Niish Akumahkwak, Shita, Tegaloyate.
So this is my son, Two Clouds. So look, show the people and tell them what that is.
It's a bear arm. It's supposed to be 5 claws, but I took the one off right here.
What you do with the other claw?
Gave it to somebody.
For healing or something?
Nah, just because it's a bear claw.
Peace, everyone. My name is Mumtahana. I am the mother of Muriyd Abdullah Muhammad Williams, who is more popularly now known by his Lenape Native American name, which is Niish Akumahkwak, and that is interpreted into English as Two Clouds. So, Two Clouds, Muriyd, I will use both names interchangeably without thinking, so they're the same person I'm talking about. But so Two was my first child. I had him when I was 19 years old. I prayed and prayed and begged for him, and then Creator sent him to me. So my family is Muslim. I grew up, being born into the Nation of Islam. My dad was an FOI, my mom was an MGT. And so I just always was conscious of who I am ancestrally, genetically. And, my mom just taught me from, before I was even born, I'm sure, that we are of the original people of this planet. And that, and I was always just taught to be for the people, to serve the people. So, when I was pregnant with Muriyd, with Two Clouds, I always, always prayed, like all in the middle of the night and everything, for him to be a great leader and for him to become, a great revolutionary and to fight for the people. That was his very beginning. And so, we raised him. I was blessed to be able to homeschool him and his other siblings, my other children. I was able to homeschool him, and he was just always just super smart. People always told him, like, you're a genius. And he was great. He loved history, he loved reading, he loved languages. He was a polyglot, which meaning that he spoke many languages. He was just always awesome. And then when he, certainly we had our struggles together because we grew up, together. But when he would sort of, when he became of that age that boys in particular get to when they want to be sort of out there in the world and finding themselves and finding what's out there, you know what I mean? I used to always reel him back in, and I would get on him. I tell him, like, listen, you come from a great line of people. You have to carry this baton. You have things to do. Like, you're a prince. I used to always tell him, you're a prince. You can't be out here acting a fool. Like, you can't be out here dying for nothing. You give your life, it has to be for something. It can't because you want to gang bang and do this and do that. And so, that's how things went. And eventually he found his purpose. All young people need a purpose so that we can move in this world appropriately. And I'm most grateful that he did that. So Two's father's people are Ramapough Mountain. As I've said, before, my people through me He is of the Haudenosaunee diaspora, of the Ganeyegahoka people, the Mohawk people, and Taino. And so from his dad, he's Ramapough Mountain. He did work with both our people, but predominantly the Ramapough, because I mean, quite frankly, they need more help than the Mohawks did. But so how he came to go up there though, his father's grandfather left the area, a few generations ago, because there was just so much turmoil up there, and racism and all these kind of things. So they picked up, then they moved down to North New Jersey, and East Orange, which they're right next to each other if you know the area. So they fled and moved down there. And actually, Two's great granddad he was very, very light skinned, because the Ramapough people are very much mixed race. Some of them are extremely light, have light eyes and things of that nature, straighter hair. And then you have some who are dark toned. And it can be anywhere in there, that gamut. They have a great mixture of African, Native American, and European via the Dutch. And so, being, as I said, since Two was a polyglot, he loved languages. And for years and years and years, I would tell him, like, contact your dad to get, your lineage from his side. Because there are a lot of things that we didn't know, like most indigenous people here in this nation, even ones who, live on the reservations. There was a lot to the culture that we didn't know. However, I did bring him up within Native culture as much as I could. And so, we would do the powwows and all that kind of thing. And contrary to popular belief, there are a lot of indigenous mixed race people where we are from, in the Northeast Orange, Irvington area, all around there. And so, I would get him involved some while he was coming up, and we traveled to other places, New York and stuff like that, to other powwows. And so, he finally, his father's, his grandmother, his paternal grandmother, didn't want him going up there. So I guess maybe that's why she was just really, really tacky. And his dad too. And in fact, his grandmother and his great aunt would tell him, like, don't go up there. If you're going to go up there, they're going to kill you. Don't go up there. They literally told him that. And so, he ended up there because he wanted to learn the language, the Munsee language. And he, did his little research, like that was his thing. And he found out that they were having classes up there. And so that's how he initially went up to Mawa in the first place. So he started the language classes, and before too long, the tribal chief, was talking to him and everything, and he took 2 Clouds down on the parcel of land that they had at the time, which is a small piece, is approximately 13.9 acres of land, I believe, but you'll see anywhere from 13.5 to 14. But suffice to say, it was approximately 14 acres of land he took him to, and that is the same land where he was found dead, and which is, it became the Split Rock Sweetwater Prayer Camp land, and the first piece of land that he secured for the tribe. But at the time, the tribal chief took him down there, showed him around and everything, and told him that was their religious land. And all around that piece of land are white folks. They live there, which is cool. I mean, white people gotta live somewhere too, right? But they live all around that land, and they're like multi-million-dollar homes and everything. And there is a polo club right across the way. And by across the way, I mean it's like a narrow sliver of like Blacktop Street. And so their land actually, it goes out, the Ramapough land goes out into that little street about maybe halfway. But it caused, a lot of issues. But at the time, the chief told Two Clouds that, these white people, like he knew the terminology to use. He told him that these white people are trying to take the land from us and no one will help me. Nobody in the tribe will help me. Nobody wants to fight, blah, blah, blah. This is our ancestral land, all this kind of thing. And, again, I will remind you how Two Clouds was raised, revolutionary spirited and everything. As I said, he, if nothing else, he knew how to stand up and fight against wrongs. That's just our way. We are a Muslim, and it is very much a part of the Islamic tradition that if you see a wrong, you have to speak out against it. You have to try to change it through action. If you can't change it through action, then you have to speak out against it. And if you can't speak out against it, then you have to hate it in your heart. But as the tradition goes, the tradition of the Prophet Muhammad, hating it in your heart is the worst, or is the least of faith. And so, it's like, nah, we got to do something. And so that was exactly what Two concluded, like immediately, that they won't help you fight, but I will help you fight. And we're not going to allow them to take what is ours ancestrally. And so I remember him calling me and telling me that, and he's like, Ma, they're down here on me fighting and killing each other in North for land that don't even belong to us. This is my people's land. No way am I going to not help. And I was, of course, on board, like, tell me what you need. And that's how he ended up there. Two Clouds absolutely was successful in what he set out to accomplish, far more than any of us, expected. Not only did he single-handedly get that land secured for the Ramapough people, he, since, as I said, he was a great researcher, and again, with his upbringing, the way he was taught in a masjid, and also with my dad, that he had to delve in ancient texts and write it word for word. That's how they used to have you memorize things back in the day, word from word. My dad definitely. Books, he had to not only read them, he had to write them. And so him delving into treaties and deeds and going online and researching for hours upon hours upon hours, it was no big deal to him. All it took was perseverance and the ability to understand things, and he knew where to go for resources if there was something that he didn't understand. And so it was him who got all the information, and for them to be able to go into the court system and win back acres and acres of land. And with him going out into communities, museums, universities, going all over the place speaking, it showed outsiders and people who were actually able to help. It made the Ramapough people seem the opposite of what they had seen, because for, decades, centuries, they were known as a derogatory term, which is Jackson whites. And so nobody cared about the Ramapough people. Like, nobody cared about them until Two Clouds came around and started doing all these things. And in fact, he wears the Split Rock Sweetwater prayer camp was originally set up, which again was right after my son came up there, but it was set up to stand in solidarity with what was happening up in with the DAPL pipeline, the Dakota Access Pipeline. My son was the one who stayed there on the land for 2 years. And, as I've said in other videos, through blizzards, he was hungry, he was cold, people were shooting at him, the neighbors would be, there's documentation online, court documentation. There's an affidavit, if you look up the affidavit of Two Clouds, I think it is. He says on there how people would be yelling, calling him nigger and everything, telling him to get off the mountain, throwing dog dung over the fence there and all kinds of stuff. But also let it be known that there were Ramapough who also were very angry for him being there. They were telling him that he was coming up there starting trouble, also telling him go back to where you came from and stuff like that. But he stuck it out. And as I've said many times before, it is because of my son, Two Clouds, that the Ramapough people have all the land that they have now. And they, people have still been giving them land even after my son's murder. So what happened? The weekend of July 1st to July 3rd, 2022, my son Two Clouds took a trip with 2 of the 3 people who were around him all the time and who lied about their whereabouts and things of that nature when my son was killed. So one of them followed him up in a vehicle. The other one met him up there in the vehicle. The reason he went up there was because there's this guy who was also Lenape. If you go to the Beyond Clouds blog, Beyond Clouds being the organization that I started to continue my son's work. If you go to beyond-clouds.org/blog and scroll down till you get to the article, I think it is Who Murdered Muriyd Two Clouds Williams and What We Know So Far, something like that. Part 3. There's a guy that I talk about that I refer to as WD. S1 is the guy who murdered my son. was a Ramapough, and he did not do it alone. Like I said from the beginning, S2 is the girl, and S3 is the third person who used to be with my son all the time, and he also lied, incidentally. So my son went up to New England. A girl from up there, from Shinnecock Reservation, well, not up there, but she said that she was going to set up a meeting with my son, with some chiefs up there, to help him get this guy WD under control. WD is also Lenape from Oklahoma, and he, along with others, have a vendetta against some other tribe, well, other Lenape tribes, who they insist are not really indigenous and that they are frauds and all this sort of thing. So he likes to start a lot of trouble, and he's had a bee in his bonnet over my son for quite a while. He called my son a black dog on Facebook around 2017, 2018. And, he just didn't dig my son because not only is he a dark-skinned native, but also he's very upset because my son was able to get all this land back. And the guy, WD, believes that the land does not belong to the Ramapough. It belongs to the Oklahoma Lenape, I suppose, even though they've done zero to get the land back. And we all know this government / white folks are not giving up any land without you being absolutely able to prove without a shadow of a doubt that it belongs to you. And they can't find a way to keep it stolen and away from you. So he didn't like that. And also, my son spoke the Muncie language fluently, and that, I don't know, what I've learned, the people that I keep encountering, I don't know where their common sense or logic lies, but one of his pieces of evidence that the Ramapough were not actually Lenape / Muncie was to say that no one spoke the Muncie language anymore. So therefore, there were no more Muncie people there. My son spoke Muncie fluently, one of the very few who could still. And so the guy WD he was sitting on a panel or something down there around New Jersey or New York, I don't even recall anymore. But he was on a panel, again, saying this foolishness, that there are no Muncie there, no one even speaks the language. And my son got up on a mic and started speaking the fluent Muncie. Now, this guy has reached out to me since I wrote that article, and of everything that I accused him of in the article, the only thing he found fault with was, I never even spoke to your son, didn't even know your son, or whatever, like foolishness. That's all he was concerned about, because as I said in the article, he really is envious of my son. And so, he just always caused trouble. It was a long time. So around June 19th-ish, somewhere around there, the guy WD popped up there on the land, snuck up there on the land, because he didn't tell anybody anything. He just came and took a selfie, posted it on Facebook or whatever, as if, he came up there to sort of punk everybody. And then he did a video down on the land where my son was found killed, dead, saying that he was taking over the land, like foolishness, like, people don't like being oppressed, but they love trying to emulate their oppressors. And so my son was really bothered by this, and the Ramapough people were very bothered about this. Just so happened that the Ramapough voted my son in as war chief just a few weeks or less, actually, before that. And so it was my son's duty to go up there and try to deal with this situation by talking to other Indigenous chiefs and saying, listen, we need your help. This guy keeps doing stuff like this. He cannot just pop up on our land causing trouble, scaring the women, scaring the elders, pulling out a knife on the women and stuff like that. Big tough guy that he is, right? And so that's what happened. My son went up there, but lo and behold, when he drove all the way up there was no meeting to be had. And so, my son was very hurt by that because he really believed that the girl, the lady, had put it together and that something was going to be able to happen to get this guy to stop hounding and harassing them. So, if you are on his Instagram page, you all know that the rest of that time, he spent a little bit of time at the powwow up there that was happening. It happens every 4th of July weekend, 4th of July weekend. After he left there, he just went and hung out in the woods. That was his thing. For decades, he just loved to hang out in the woods. And then he went to the museum up there. He made a little video talking about the mastodons and stuff like that. And then he returned home back to Mawa Saturday the 2nd. So I had spoken to him a couple of times that day. We often spoke on the phone, so we had, multiple conversations throughout the week. Less than 24 hours before he was murdered, we spoke a couple of times. He told me some things that were going on and stuff like that. He was done dealing with the Ramapough because it was just too much. It was a lot. And at some point, when you see that people you're trying to help don't want to help get, help or any of that kind of stuff. And on top of that, constantly giving you grief. He was going through so much hell and turmoil with the tribal chief and the council for months and months and months because one of the tribal members stole, and I will make another video going into this in detail, but one of the tribal members, a relative of the tribal chief, stole thousands of dollars of cigarettes, and my son was being held responsible for it, which he did not think was fair. When the guy said, he admitted that he stole it, but the chief nor the council would do anything to deal with it. And since Two Clouds was very, very much by the Constitution and what was right, it was a huge, it was just a huge mess for months upon months upon months. And he was extremely, rightfully so, he was extremely hurt, angry, and he felt disrespected that they, claimed to follow the Constitution and always talking about the ancestors and stuff, yet they disregard what the ancestors left behind and they disregard the Constitution. But also, the whole point of the smoke shop being there was because he was trying to help the tribe become financially self-sufficient, which was horrible from the very beginning. Nothing worked right. at all. And thirdly, and maybe most importantly, he felt and believed that with everything that he had given to them and all the help he had given, just everything, they literally had virtually no assets until Two Clouds came there, that they should speak up for him. And they did not. They did not. And so all these things were going on, you know? And so he was just like, that's it. So he was only in town until the next morning, which was Sunday, July 3rd, so that he could meet with his son, who was then just under 3 years old, and take his son to a kitty birthday party. He was super duper excited. He had been waiting and waiting, and he made it a point to be in town so he would not miss it. And that's why he was there Sunday the 3rd. And we have digital evidence to show that around late morning, right before noon, is the last time anyone heard from him. People have come up with all types of rumors and just outright lies pertaining to my son's death. And none of it has any validity. None of it has any proof whatsoever. And quite frankly, it doesn't even make sense. And I've said to people over and over again, I am the only one who has access to official records. I am the only one who has access to official pictures. I'm the only one who has gotten to speak to law enforcement and, you know, the medical examiners and such. And the medical examiner who did my son's autopsy told me outright that there was no evidence of an accident. There was no evidence of suicide. There was no evidence of a medical emergency. Yet, people insist on continuing with the rumors and the lies that my son was drunk and fell out the boat, which is not possible. Now, whether my son could have been a fall down drunk who woke up to corn liquor every morning and went to bed to vodka every night. He was not going to go and get his son while drunk. Not going to happen. And even if you want to say, let's just for the sake of argument say that he didn't really care about his son or himself and would have gotten behind the wheel with his son to possibly have each of them die in a horrible car accident. He was not going to go around his son's mother smelling like anything that remotely resembled even beer. His son's mother viciously, maliciously kept their son away from him and me and my family for 2 years until Two finally put his foot down and he said, Umi, I don't care anymore. Whatever she needs me to say, whatever she needs me to do, I want to be back with my son. I need my son. You could say that his spirit knew something was going to happen or Creator was just giving him that time. I don't know. But what I do know is that there's no way that he would have gone and gotten drunk knowing he was going to see his son shortly. In fact, he even tried to go and see his son earlier. And he and the mother had been in contact the entire morning. And he asked if he could join them at the park. And she said, like, yeah, you can come, but just so you know, my family is here and I don't know if you're going to feel uncomfortable. So he said, no, that's okay. I'll just wait. And the reason why he would have felt uncomfortable is because of all the lies that she had been telling for 2 whole years. Women tend to do stuff like that sometimes, unfortunately. They get mad at an ex or something like that, and they start, starting all these lies and rumors and things, and, telling the family or people who love them. And so when she changes her mind and decides, like, oh, I want to be his life again, nobody wants to hear that. Now everybody don't like him. And they don't want to hear, well, she obviously has no intention of telling people that she lied. She's continuing to allow these lies to go on, which is why I'm speaking. And, my son, with everything that she was saying, he never once spoke out against her, said anything nasty or dirty against her. Not once. And he wouldn't allow me to handle things woman to woman, so to speak. And so now I'm doing so, because obviously his way is not conducive to a healthy mind state from when his son grows up. And these people, including one of the tribal chiefs, are allowing him to believe that his father abandoned him and didn't want to be bothered. It's just not true. And it's just not true about me nor my family. But again, I'll do a video going in more detail about that. So that's the whole reason he was there. There's no reason and no likelihood that he would get drunk before he was going to get his son. So no. Also, ironically enough, the guy who killed him is one of the people that they believe all these lies about. Believe all these lies from. So initially, he said that my son killed himself. That Two Clouds texted him saying, that he was so distressed about the tribe and stuff like that, and telling that guy that, I'm giving you control of the tribe. That is dumb, first of all. My son didn't have control over anyone but himself. And certainly he didn't have control over 5,000 plus people of a tribal nation to give control to. But if he did, it absolutely would not be that guy. He is a buffoon. And before my son was murdered, all he did was cause havoc. Everything anybody had to say about him was negative. He was always causing trouble. Wherever he went, wherever they went, he's very unintelligent. Like, truly, that's not shade, is a fact. This just is dumb. And beyond that, my son was Muslim. He would never do anything like that. He didn't have mental health issues where, they would disregard his spiritual faith. And also, he would not do something like that to his children. And right when he got his son back and he was loving life, he was about to go back to school to finish up his degree, to start teaching and everything, there was no reason for him to do that. And I have had multiple people try to convince me that all the foolishness that he was going through with the tribe, that would have made him depressed enough to kill himself. They're stupid. They do not know my son. And that's ridiculous. So X out the suicide idea. X out the drinking idea. People were saying that he couldn't swim. X that out. That's a lie. He was always on the water. People who can't swim don't take canoes out into the ocean. So that's just not so. Um, what else did they say? There's just all kinds of things that have been going around. But for some reason, they readily believe rumors, again, without any validity, without any proof of anything, yet they won't believe me, who actually has proof. And let me say also that someone also who pretended to, love my son and be an advocate for him and for me and such, outright lied, saying that they, whoever they are, the tribe somehow, got his autopsy report back, which stated that he had a heart attack and that he hadn't been murdered at all. That is a lie. I have the autopsy report, and that is an outright lie. And she went on to say, that is a shame that I cannot deal with the fact that my son died from an accident, a medical emergency, a heart attack, and fell in the water and drowned. Again, it is not true. And then she also accused me of accusing the tribe of killing my son. I have not once ever accused the tribe, again, 5,000 plus people, of murdering my son. That is only gaslighting. For anyone who has heard that lie and believe that it makes some sort of sense for some reason, that would be stupid of me to think. And quite frankly, I'm not an idiot. So how would 5,000 plus people kill my son is beyond me. So these are things that were said, and it's just not true. But in saying that, while I do not believe that the whole tribe murdered my son, it is also a fact that they have done nothing in order to help us, my family and me, do anything about his murder. And so, a couple of things. I know people know who did it, but also lots of people didn't believe from day one that it was an accident. Tribal members said things on Facebook. Also, people were coming to me from like that Friday, the day that we buried my son, telling me that they thought that this guy and the other had something to do with my son's murder. And I have said over and over again to them exactly who it is, exactly why I know it was him and such, even though, again, I know it wasn't him alone, because he's not tough enough to take my son. My son was very versed in various forms of martial arts. He was an efficient boxer. My family and, Black Muslims in particular, martial arts is just like part of the culture. And so, we sent him for training since he was a little boy. And so he was efficient. This guy could not take him alone. No way, no how. And from the moment that I was told that my son passed away, I said that it was murder. It had to be more than one person. And had to be somebody who was close to him. Everyone who knew to knows how well he knew that land. It is a large enough section that you have to cross to get from, the like the path when you enter. You can't just like run up on somebody. It's a long way. And he was a tracker. He was a hunter. He knew that land. There's no way someone was just going to jump on him. And there's no way that one person was going to be able to take him down. So with all those things, you know, and I'm trying not to make this video too long, this film too long, but over the past 15 months, I've been very outspoken about who did it and everything, but you know, no one has done anything besides taunts, gaslight, you know, convince me that I don't know, they know, even though they have no information, haven't seen his body or anything. But my thing is, it has always been that you don't have to just take my word for it. Get together, demand an investigation, because there's been no investigation. Demand that your chief does something. Demand that your council does something. Why on earth would the tribal chief, the clan chiefs, one who is his clan chief, the other clan chief that was talking smack about him, lying, spreading lies after his death, and then the other who made the killer his sub chief, demand that they do something? That's not what they're doing. They're not doing it, saying anything. If they can round up all these people to come up on the land when my son was there fighting for the land for them, then they can round people up now. If they can round up people for a parade to prance down the street in New York so that they can be seen and people know, like, we're here, then you can round up people to fight for my son. You know, again, before Two Clouds came there, nobody cared about the Ramapough people. Nobody cared. They believed they were monsters, inbred, savages. And now that people have been respecting them, you know, including them in inserts of cooking shows, and, you know, have them in newspaper after newspaper, have them on the news and all this kind of thing, and people have gained empathy for them. You're not going to fight for the person who made all that possible? It wasn't your chief. What had your chief done in the years that he's been there? And speaking of your chief, not only has he not said anything publicly, and in fact, let me say this. I meant to point this out before. Let me make it clear that no one calls me to tell me that my son had been found dead. So he was killed on July 3rd. On July 6th is when he was found. He was found late morning by a couple of electric company workers who decided to just walk across the land because it's very pretty there. And they found my son. No one called to tell me anything. And at least 5 people had my phone number. No one called to tell me anything. Finally, about 4:30-ish, later in the afternoon, my son's, my grandson's mother, who I spoke about before, she texted my daughter saying, have you heard from Muriyd? Because he was supposed to come and get Lalo Sunday and he didn't show up. And I immediately knew something was terribly wrong. He had not contacted me since Saturday, and it was our practice that he always let me know when he came back from traveling, and he also would send his location to me. He would take snapshots just in case he lost Wi-Fi, because he was oftentimes in very rural areas, and he didn't do any of that. He didn't do any of those things. And he also, if something was ever going to be wrong with his phone, he would message me, DM me, or message me through Facebook to tell me so that I wouldn't worry. He did none of that. So by Monday, I'm thinking something is not right here. You know, I reached out to him, and one of those automatic messages came up saying that, you know, the person you're trying to reach cannot be reached at this time, as if his phone was cut off. And I knew that wasn't possible. He had just paid his phone bill like 2 weeks before. So that was very odd to me. And then I called him a couple of times the next day and couldn't get him. So I went on Facebook and said, you know, on his page, it said, call your mother. And then he never called me. So when she texted my daughter saying that, I immediately knew something was horribly, horribly wrong. And so then she sent a text soon after that saying that they pulled someone out of the river and they can't get in touch with my son. And so that's when I just panicked and I jumped right in the car to drive down to New Jersey. I live 3 hours away. And so as I was driving and stuff, because she had blocked me and my family like a couple of years before. And so because we were texting her saying we wanted to see the baby and like asking like, what's going on? You know what I mean? Why can't we see him? And she blocked us. And so I thought I was still blocked, but I called my friend frantic and he said to me like, just try it. And I did. And she answered the phone crying. And that's how I knew that my son had died. But again, no one had the decency to call me. I am my son's emergency contact. Nobody at the tribal office started to call me. It's just crazy. And so then the chief, he finally called me the next day. But at that point, I had just finished going to the funeral home, doing my son's arrangements. And quite frankly, I was pissed off that he hadn't called me in all that time. Again, I knew that he and my son had been going through a lot of stuff. My son called, like I said, the day before and told me some things. And, but I figured normally if people are going through things and at one time they had a good relationship, most often it's like, you know what, it doesn't even matter anymore. This was stupid anyway. Let me call the mom. Let me see what's going on. Because this is the same guy who so many times had bigged me up when my son was fighting and winning all that land back for him. You know, he told me so many times, you know, you did such a great job. You raised such a great warrior. Like, you did such a wonderful job. And, you know, nobody will help me. He's the only one who came to help me and all this kind of stuff. And now you can't even reach out to tell me that one of your tribal members, my son, was found dead. So he called me and I didn't answer. I didn't feel like dealing with him. And so, I finally called him Monday because I was pissed off. And I said, you know what? I'm the type of person, I'm going to put this on the table. Let's deal with this. And so I called him and, he gave me some little basic, you have my condolences and all this stuff. And I told him I was mad. Like, where were you? You didn't come. You didn't call me. You didn't come to the funeral. You didn't come to the ceremony. You didn't even send someone to speak for you at the ceremony, because he said he didn't come because he had COVID, even though there were a couple of other people there with COVID. And he did none of that. So, he's like, yeah, well, he sent his right-hand man over, I'll say, that he sent him over to the police station to file for a report. That annoyed me too, because in the beginning days, even when I was driving down there that day, as I said, no one calls me. And I had to be the one to call, Two Sons' mother. But she called me back on a three-way with the medical examiner, why? Like they were constantly overstepping their bounds, like constantly. Like you're not only are you not family, you're not his significant other. Y'all haven't been together for 4 years nearly. Well, at that point, about 3.5 years. And so, like, where do you get off doing this sort of thing, you know? But at the time, of course, I was overwhelmed with everything. So I just let it go, deal with the situation at hand, as horrible as it was. But then he did the same thing. And he said that he was going to send me over the report. He never did. Finally, about a month or two, I was able to get my hands on what he did send. It was not to the police. And in fact, it was sent through email. And I'm going to show you so you can read for yourself. You know, my son was a beautiful person, beautiful human being. He was certainly flawed, just like all of us. Everybody was watching this. He was certainly flawed, but he loved the Creator. He did things which he thought and prayed would gain the Creator's love and that would please the Creator. When he did things that he thought or knew were wrong, he repented for it and he tried to do better. He actively worked to be better and to be a better human being. Beautiful inside and out. That's not just the mama talking. When he passed away, everybody and their daddy were writing all these great things that they learned from Two Clouds, that Two Clouds did for them, how wonderful a person he was, all the information, that they got about their ancestry and their family, and how he is the one who got them their tribal card, because it's extremely hard for them to give a tribal card, and they're always touting it as if it's, it's like controlling, they get mad at you, they're going to kick you out the tribe. That to me is dumb, because how do you kick somebody out of their lineage? That is some white oppressor colonizer type stuff to me, that you think giving somebody or taking away or not giving somebody a piece of paper to say they are who they are, that's ridiculous. But because of my son, so many people were able to get their tribal cards, because even if they couldn't prove their direct lineages to, grandparents and such, they could prove, my son could prove their link. And so since he had a card, then they got their card. There are people who have been living up there forever who still don't have tribal cards, or their children don't have tribal cards, or their grandchildren have tribal cards. So all these things that people were saying that my son Two Clouds did for them, in the beginning days, everywhere you look up the obituary online, the funeral home, you see it there too. But no one's speaking up for him. And people love to say, like, oh, it's probably because they're scared, because everything that they've been through with the white people up there. So what? If you're going to live scared, you're never going to get anything. If Two Clouds live scared, the Ramapough would have nothing. What he gave to them will be long lasting, beyond 7 generations from now. You think he wasn't scared? Out there getting shot at? Out there with the wolves and the coyotes at night? You don't think so? Not knowing what's going to happen to him while he sleeps? You don't think he was scared, but he did it anyway, scared, in order to help you all. But you don't care. The love that you claim to have is not love. It may be fetish, it may be tokenism, it is not love. What you love is to be seen. What you love is for white people to love you, or you think. That's what you want. That is your greatest hopes of all hopes. Now that they know you're not inbred, monstrous beings, you think that they love you. But the reality is, it behooves them to seem like they are in allyship with Indigenous people. It's cool to be that now. It's cool to give back some land, or to do a fundraiser where they're not coming out of their own pocket, but do a fundraiser to buy back land and give it back to you. It makes them seem like they're doing something great, and it makes them feel good about themselves, feeling like they're actually doing something along the lines of reparations. That's what y'all want. You don't care. You don't care about MMIPs. You don't. Because the truth of the matter is, love always reveals itself in actions. Always. If you love a guy, you're going to do all kind of things, jump through hoops just so that he knows you love him. You love a woman, you're going to do the same old thing, do all kind of crazy stuff, get all beat up by somebody just so that she knows that you love her and that you care. You all don't want to do anything. What you want to do is talk. We're not talkers. We stand. We take actions. That's what we do. That's what we do. My son was beautiful. Beautiful. You girls know it. You guys know it. Wishing that you could be him. Girls wishing that you could be with him. And this is what they did to my son. Let that soak in. That is what happened to my son. And here's the thing. I know for a fact some of them knew that my son was down there. How do I know? Because as I said, they talk a lot. People who do crimes always go running off at the mouth, thinking that the people they told, because they need to get it off their conscience, I guess. Believing that the people that they told are not going to tell. But that's not how y'all rock. Y'all talk a lot, and I thank Creator for that. And so I know people were already saying how he looked, that he had an eye missing, that his ear was gone, and things of that nature, and other things about his body that I'm not going to reveal. So, no, I'm not letting y'all off easy. I'm not doing it. If you care about Two Clouds like you claim you do, if you care about Indigenous people like you claim you do, stand your little silly asses up. Let's go to work. Because that's all I hear. That's all I hear are the people who really are trying to fight for Two Clouds the way he fought for you. Otherwise, keep your messages to yourself. Keep your texts trying to tell me what you know that happened with no proof. I got the proof again. I don't want any of that. I don't want little perfunctory, posts every now and again. Oh, I miss him so much. He was so fun. Oh, I love him so much. He used to laugh at my jokes. I don't want to see or hear any of that because you're all phony. Phony. Again, we are about doing. If you love someone, then you show it and you prove it through your actions. Don't come to me all in your feelings because I'm calling you out on your BS. I don't care. And regardless of what I look like, I'm a tough girl. Whatever you try to give to me will just roll off my back. But I'm going to keep coming, and I'm going to keep coming until I have the people who killed him and maliciously conspired against him under the prison floor, and anybody who played any role in this, who kept it quiet, I'm coming for all of you. All of you. That you can take to the bank.
When I'm out on this water, it feels like I'm free. I feel like I'm flying in a sense. Like there's nothing that can hold me back. There's nothing that can stop me except for the water itself. And all I have to do is learn the water more, and then I can get across that hurdle. I like to stand up when I'm canoeing just because I like to look under the water. I like to see the fish swimming under there and the turtles. I've seen a loon come out of the sky at full speed and dive right underneath the water and come back out the water with a fish. I've seen two herons fighting each other over a fish. Huge snapping turtles, huge fish. You know, things that seem like
ancestors who already put in crazy amount of work and suffering in this world that I kind of wanted to share with people, I guess. And you can comment below any thoughts you might have on it if you want to. But you know, as someone who strives to find a spiritual balance here in this, you know, physical realm, I think a lot about death, a lot. And being someone who again strives to live the Islamic spirituality, you know, I think about death a lot anyway because it's inevitable. But certainly with all that has happened with my son, and you know, the thing about death for me, this scary thing, if you will, is that maybe most often we don't really see it coming. I deem it a gift granted by the Creator that my son and I got to talk. We had a couple of nice long conversations, like less than 24 hours before he was killed. And everything was groovy, you know what I mean? Everything was great. We got to talk and vibe and build like we always did, and got to let one another know again, reconfirm our love for one another. So I absolutely deem that a blessing. He and I are both busy like all the time, but you know, we took the time to call each other, which is why by me not hearing from him by like the second day for 2 days, I was like, this is weird, like what's up with him, you know? And then when I tried to call him and couldn't get him, I just knew something was wrong. And you know, that's because even though we were both so busy, we did take the time to reach out to one another all the time, because as I've said so many times in the past 5 months, we grew up together, we were best friends, you know, and just close. And so when it turned out, you know, when I realized what had happened, it was just extremely, extremely, extremely jarring. And it is still jarring. And so that's one of the things. I lost my mom when I was really young. I had just turned 14 years old. So death has always been something that's realistic to me. You know, I mean, it's obvious to everyone, but for some reason, we are constantly trying to run away from death, or, you know, not talk about death and all those sorts of things, which is really odd to me, because I know so many people who
who consider themselves like nature lovers or natural this, natural that, you know. They consider themselves, I don't know how to say, like familiar with more esoteric realities and such. But for some reason, death is something everybody kind of runs away from. Like that's the most natural thing ever, you know. If you're born, you're gonna die. But, you know, again, we run away from it. We, you know, don't want to deal with it mentally and stuff like that. And so you always know that, you know, death is always lurking, like always. I mean, I could literally die right now making this video. But for me, the scary part of it, if you will, is not seeing it coming sometimes. Again, to preface my son, he was only in town because he was going to pick up his son. At the time, he was 2. He was going to pick up his son to take him to a birthday party, you know, and he was just simply waiting for the time for him to go and pick him up. And the guy who murdered him knew that. But, you know, so my son, he didn't see that coming, and I think about those things with him sometime. I don't know, it's just really devastating. However, my point for this is to say, at least in my mind, death really shouldn't be feared. And I say that not with the confidence that when it's my time, I won't be afraid, but in the sense that, you know, we know that we have to leave things behind, you know, those attachments we have. And you have people talk about, you know, not having attachments. So when people die, they want to give away their things and stuff so they won't be attached to this world and all that sort of stuff. I'm not talking about things. I have things. I have lots of things, too many things. And I'm really not, I can't think of anything that I'm attached to aside from my family and the idea of descendants, which I know I can't be here for them all. But, you know, I think for us to fear death is sort of unnatural, I think, unless, like, I can understand it. It's not that I don't understand it. One sec. Speaking of descendants. Assalamu alaikum. What's up? I'm on my way back, hon. No, I didn't go walking yet. That's gonna take 2 hours. So I'm making this video, but I'm on my way back, inshallah. All right, love you. Assalamu alaikum. Sorry twice if I don't edit that out. But so yeah, I think it's really unnatural for us to be afraid of dying. And again, I'm not saying that when it's my turn, then I'm not going to be afraid. Who knows? I hope not. I hope that I will be at peace with it and at ease with it, knowing that it is the will of the Creator, because only the Creator has control of life and death. So, you know, people may, you know, cause murder and mayhem, but I mean, whatever happened to my son, and I truly believe that they did something to my son, because the guy, he kept asking from the very beginning. Like, we called him to say, like, hey, this is what happened. Like, where were you? Like, what was going on? Like, you know, because this guy was around him all the time. And even when he didn't want him around him, because he would track my son's phone and like just pop up uninvited to places.
And so when we called him, a couple of us called him separately to tell him what happened. And his first response was, what did he look like? And it's like, what? So I believe that something horrible was done to my son, but he was so decomposed, they weren't able to assess him as fully as they would have to tell me like exactly what happened to him. But I say that only to say, you know, people may feel like, well, God let this happen, or I personally, I don't like believe in God, but like creator, let this happen or what have you, you know. And when I say that creator has full control of who lives and who dies, people may think, well, this guy is the one who murdered your son. You know, I really look at it as a blessing, because whatever happened to my son, it probably was better for him to transition rather than stay here in physical form in that state of being. And so, you know, I can't really say yes or no. I don't know those things, but you know, just in contemplating it all, those are the sorts of things that run through my mind. And so I actually am grateful to Creator for taking him from here and then taking him in the way that he did, because in Islamic faith, we believe that there are many ways that you can die as a martyr. And when you die as a martyr, you go straight to Jannah, straight to paradise. And so one of the many ways, like martyrdom, people think of martyrdom as dying on a battlefield. That's only one way of dying a martyr. And so there are many ways there. You know, if you're pregnant and you pass away, you die a martyr. Or if you're giving birth, you die a martyr. If you burn in a fire, you die a martyr. If you like fall from a very, very, you know, tall height, you die a martyr. If you know, like lung disorders and stuff like COVID and things of that matter, you die a martyr. And I guess, and again, in contemplating that whole idea, what I have come up doesn't mean it's right, so don't quote me. That is an Islamic thought. But for me, as you know, the Quran tells us that this truth is for people who contemplate and who think about it. We are not encouraged to simply do things for the sake of doing them or to follow blindly. So in my contemplating it all, this whole martyrdom thing, it seems that when there are things that is so horrible and tragic, you know, and we die in that way, that Creator has that mercy on us, that rahmah for us, and allows us to, you know what, whatever you did is wiped clean. With the exception of shirk, of course, and shirk being combining partners with Creator, like worshiping other things and stuff like that. And so another way to die a martyr is by drowning. And I know that my son had always prayed to die as a martyr. And so when I first heard that my son was found in the water, and it wasn't as people were rumoring it to be, but when I first heard that my son, you know, had been died in the water by drowning, even in my despair and just craze, I thanked Creator, because I knew what that meant, and I knew that that's what he had always asked Creator for. And I know, knowing my son, not just two clouds, because to me, two clouds for people is just two clouds. It embodies this person who did this, did that. He made people feel like this and like that, or whatever. They hold on to that. It's more of like a branding at this point to me, from what I have gotten from people over the past 5 months. Absolutely. But Muriyd, my son, he embodies all of that. He embodies two clouds. He embodies just everything. The historian, the linguist, the clown, the, you know, just everything, the doting son, you know what I mean? And so me knowing my son in the way that I do and have been with him his entire life, I know that Creator has always given him what he asked for, like always. And so that to me was like confirmation, I guess, that, you know, he's okay, like we got him type thing. But of course I'm still fighting for justice. But you know, with death, I've said before, I've said to people that I am the one who encouraged, if not pushed, my son to go up to his father's people in the beginning. And for years, I kept telling him to, you know, go to his grandmother to get their lineage, because his great-grandfather had written down their whole lineage. And so I kept pushing him to get it, and you know, it was really hard for him to get it because they actually didn't want him to go up there at all. And but you know, I pushed it because we're about family and ancestry, and knowing, I knew it was extremely important for my son to know who he was, not just for the Ramapough, for the Mohawk, for you know, our Bahamian people, just even the German and the Irish, you know, we embrace it all because it's all of us. And so, you know, I pushed him to go there and to learn and, you know, see. And as I said in another video or more, when he got there, well, he was there, you know, going there a little bit to the language classes and such, and then the chief took him down to the land and, you know, told him about the whole, they were trying to take their land from him and stuff like that. And when my son decided that he would stay there and fight because chief told him that no one was standing with him, I was the one who encouraged him to stay. When he would call me afraid because, you know, they were shooting at him and stuff like that, I'm the one who, you know, talked to him and told him, well, you know, this comes with revolution, and only you can decide what it is you're willing to die for, fight for and die for, you know. And I've always told him this, you know, people seem to have this idea that he was this thugged out ghetto kid growing up until, like, with nothing, no love, no home, this kind of thing. And you know, until he came there on the land and then he found purpose or something like that. What I've learned about many natives and, you know, allies and, you know, spiritual people is that they love a good legend. That is absolutely not true. And so, you know, I had been telling him his whole life that he had a baton. He came from warrior people. I raised him around revolutionaries and warrior folks, and that's what we do. And, you know, us being from North New Jersey is a warrior town. I know it has a lot of negative connotations by people who are not from there, but, you know, we are warriors. And what happens with our young people who may be out there in the streets doing stuff is that they are warriors, but you have to give children something of purpose and principle to stand upon, because if you don't, I mean, we're human. Universal law is balance. And so if you don't give them the one thing, then they're going to go and get what's there. And if that's the negative, then that's the negative. They're looking for camaraderie with these gangs and such, and they're looking for purpose with these gangs and such. And so, you know, raising children in that environment, you know, can be quite difficult. But thankfully, alhamdulillah, we were able to get into him the things that he needed, the tools that he needed
So when he went up on the land at age 24, he was ready. He was ready. And so these are the things that people, you know, don't take into account because, again, I guess it doesn't fit a legendary narrative. But, you know, we always knew that something like this could happen to him. Of course, you don't expect it to be one of the people who you are fighting for and who you allow to be in your circles. My son had a very close circle, like, and not just him either, just people in my family, myself included. There's something about us that people kind of gravitate to. So he knew many, many people, but he only kept a handful close to him. And interestingly enough, a great deal of people I don't know, I guess I won't say that because I don't want to offend anyone or hurt anyone. But you know, when you see something that needs to be done, you don't just sit and complain about it. You actually do something to try to change it. If you are really about that, if you really do care, as you say you care. And so, you know, the thing is, again, we are all going to die. That's what is natural. It's natural, or maybe more natural than breathing, you know what I mean? Because if you're born, again, you have to die. There's no getting out of this thing alive, like none. And so you could either just go through your life dodging or thinking that you're dodging death and all this sort of thing, or you can say, I'm going to die anyway. I'm going to die on principle. I'm going to die, you know, with purpose. I'm going to die in service to the people. I have the privilege of working with elders, and I mean elders, not just old folks, but working with elders who lived lives of, you know, as missionaries. I need to turn around because it's sliding. Live lives as missionaries. And while I don't necessarily agree with their missions all the time, because they inevitably include African peoples, and we know what that's all about, colonization and such. But nonetheless, they did live their lives doing the work that they thought was good. You know, believe it or not, Black and brown people and red people are not the only ones who have shackles on their minds and believe it's this when it's really that. White folks do too. And so, you know, they lived their lives again in a way that they thought was conducive to, you know, being godlike and all that kind of thing. And I remember one of the women, I believe she was in her 90s at the time. I'm sure she's long passed away by now. But we were talking once, and she was one of them who, you know, went over to Africa as a missionary, and, you know, I'm not sure if this particular woman did, but some of them raised their children over there and things. She said to me, she asked me if I knew what the meaning of life, what was the meaning of life. And, you know, I asked her, like, what? You know, I want to know. You've been here much longer than me. What you think it is? And she said, being of service to others. And I truly believe that. And so if being in service to others, for me, if being in service to others
will bring about death, then I mean, really, I can't think of too many other ways that I would rather die, because I think that that is honorable and godly, if you will. And I think I believe that it causes Creator to love you and be pleased with you. And I don't think that's just something like people have this whole, God is love. And I'm going to just assume for the sake of this video that when they say God, they're talking about the Creator. But I don't believe that. I believe Creator wants to love everyone and gives us the tool to have a connection and build that love. But I don't think we get it just because, like, it's just not realistic to me. It's not reality. I don't see Creator as this, mythological type being, or, with this fluffy, or, no matter what we do. I believe Creator is is like, for human language, is science-based. So everything that we deal with in nature and stuff like that is scientifically backed. And so, we have cause and effect. So you can't do all kind of crazy things. You can't, like, curse out your mama and think Creator loves that. Or, beat the mess out of children or molest children and, like, Now, I do believe that we can repent. And I think there's a whole lot of, layers to that. But on the surface, that, yeah, we can repent for things. And so long as we fix our ways, then sure, we can build that love with Creator and that bonding and, have Creator embrace us and such. But I don't think it's just a given. I think there's just one more way that we narcissistic humans try to, make the scales kind of come towards us a little bit more. But I really do believe that we don't, again, Creator has total control of life and death. So we have nothing to say about that. We can't really say when we're going to die or anything like that. Even if you put a gun in your mouth and pull a trigger, you don't know that you're going to die because you don't have control of that. I mean, how many people have shot themselves in the head or taken poison or what have you, and they be messed up for a minute, but they don't die? It's because they don't have control of that. But I do think that we can live in a way that we can have some control over not how we die, but how we wish to be when we die, And so, I don't know. I'm just thinking about this whole death thing again today. And I think it's just so cool. And I know my time is coming soon enough. I mean, I'm 50 years old. I can remember, when I was 12, like it was last week. Time goes fast, fast, fast. I've raised 4 children. My children, virtually all my children, are adults at this point. I have 4 grandchildren. I've done so many things in life where I just understand that time is really an illusion. And, and we see that. Look how fast time goes. Look how, today is December 13th, 2022. Like 2 years ago was the start of COVID. Look how it went like that, right? So yeah, man, even if I live 40 more years, that's still nothing. And again, even if I live 40 more years, I'm not going to be actively doing things for 40 years. You know what I mean? Time to pass the torch on to the kiddies. or what have you. And again, I'm around older people like all the time in their 80s, 90s, 100s. I have a resident who is 106, and she don't seem like she's going nowhere no time soon. So I understand in a very real way this whole, again, what I see as an illusion, time as an illusion. And so I think it would behoove everyone to live as Creator made us. Remember, everybody on earth were tribal. We were communal. We were unified. We here in the West are very individualistic, which I don't think it's shocking that we have so many physical issues that we do, diseases and things of that nature, mental health issues, because we constantly want to be individualistic, created and make us to be individuals. We are tribal beings. And so as tribal beings, again, with illusions, with this whole, we have the house, we have a car, we have the jewels, we have the money, we have crazy debt. But again, there's the illusion that we're making it. We're not making it. We really have nothing. And again, going back to COVID, we should see how easily this system can be broken down just like that. And we see how very individualistic, not communal people are. When you were just talking about toilet paper, people were like, nah, that's for me and mine, you know what I mean? That's not conducive to living a healthy lifestyle. And so, and by healthy, I mean physically, emotionally, mentally. There's a reason we have all these issues right now as a society, in my opinion. And so I really think that giving to others, being in service to others is healthy for them. It helps them, but it absolutely helps us, And if you want to, when you transition, want to have left a real mark on the world, then give to others. Don't worry about death. Don't worry about standing up and fighting because something might happen to you. You might get punched in the face, so what? So what? You might get harmed, so what? And even you might die. I've many times have thought about past revolutionaries like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Marcus Garvey, of course, Harriet Tubman, Assata Shakur, who has been, isolated from her family essentially for decades. People give up things. People that we always want to share memes of something they said 55 years ago or what have you. We always want to uplift these people, but we don't want to be these people. And then I've wondered so many times, when Malcolm was shot up and dying in front of his family, did he say, okay, this is not worth it? Or the reality setting in when Sister Betty had to raise all those daughters on her own, whilst going to school, whilst working, did she think it wasn't worth it? Who knows? But the honor that these people received in this world, but I'm assuming in the spirit world also, because they stood up and did something. They stood for what they believed was true. They stood up for what they believed Creator wanted them to stand up for. Again, we are all going to die anyway. You're not getting out of it. You can't even get out of dying in a painful manner. You don't know. People who say they want to die in their sleep, who's to say that doesn't hurt? If you're, if you're having a heart attack or something, Assalamu alaikum, I'm outside. If you're having a heart attack in your sleep or something like that, who's to say it doesn't hurt? You can't control certain things. Really, we really have so far less control than we want to believe we do. Why not stand up and fight for what it is you believe in, what it is you find to be principled, what it is you believe will help others for generations to come? What do you want to leave behind as a legacy? What do you want to leave behind for your children and your grandchildren and great-great-great-grandchildren to be able to say, yeah, this is my granddad? I mean, I live for the day for my grandchildren, and if Creator gives me time here on earth to meet my great-grandchildren, for them to say, oh, Muriyd is Two Clouds, that's my uncle. Or, yeah, Jada, you did that? I can't imagine my son's, Muriyd Two Clouds' children coming to me and saying, Jada, you knew who killed him? Like, what did you do? Did you do anything? And for me to say, I prayed. I asked the ancestors. They didn't want to do nothing. It's pathetic to me. It's pathetic to me that people actually have the audacity to believe that their ancestors, who already put in crazy amount of work and suffering in this world, that they expect them to continue to do the work for people who are here now. Firstly, I feel like, Assalamu alaikum. Don't say anything personal because I'm recording. Personally, I feel like people believing that ancestors will do all this stuff for them, either, in my mind, either the ancestors don't have the power or they don't have the desire to do anything to fix things here for us, because if they could have, we wouldn't still be in the same position. That to me says that we are the ones that's supposed to be doing things, doing the work. We are the one, we want them to honor us. We should be honoring them for all the work and suffering, as I said, that they put in. So again, you're going to die. Might as well be for something that you stand for. So, baby girl here, I'm gonna stop this video. Peace.
When I'm out on this water, it feels like I'm free. I feel like I'm flying in a sense. Like there's nothing that can hold me back. There's nothing that can stop me except for the water itself. And all I have to do is learn the water more, and then I can get across that hurdle. I like to stand up when I'm canoeing just because I like to look under the water. I like to see the fish swimming under and the turtles. I've seen a loon come out of the sky at full speed and dive right underneath the water and come back out the water with a fish. I've seen two herons fighting each other over a fish. Huge snapping turtles, huge fish. Things that seem like you can only see them on the Discovery Channel. The Garden of Eden. Gardens under which rivers flow.
This tree right here, right? Beautiful, big, what's this? Maple tree. Beautiful, big maple tree. Sugar maple tree, actually. You know, the sugar maple tree produces the good syrup, that we all know and love. Before you get to the maple syrup, you have to tap in, you get the water out of it. My ancestors didn't just say, we can probably drink what may be inside of this tree. Instead, we watched. So we watched a bird that we call Muriyd. It's the biggest woodpecker in the Northeast here. Beautiful bird. It's actually where they get, this is just a fun fact, Woody the Woodpecker from. Woody laughs, and when you hear them, it sounds like they're laughing. Old story says that's it. Look at that. Here's me. So, long time ago, the tree, the maple tree, the sugar maple tree, it had an itch, a bad itch that it couldn't get to because it was deep within its bark. These beetles had burrowed within the tree. And as they were burrowing, it was itching the tree so bad, but it couldn't get to it, with its limbs. So they called out, help me, weech man. Someone help me. Ramapough, when he came, he said to Sugar Maple, I can help you, Sugar Maple. And he began to peck at the tree and eat the worms and the beetles out of the tree. So after some time, it was a dry season and the water was beginning to dry up. So Ramapough was so thirsty and had no water. And Maple Sapling saw this and said, my old friend, you can come and drink from deep within me. Drink the sweet water that's inside of me. And begin to drill inside of Sugar Maple again. And when he stuck his tongue deep inside, he began to drink. And when he was done, the water continued to come out of the tree. So my ancestors saw this. It's a nice story, but it's more than just a story. When these stories and things die, the spirit of my ancestors, the spirit of the trees, of the animals dies along with it, So we use this land to teach these different stories, to keep all of these different things alive. So what's happening today is just a continuance of that. And we're starting now.
Niish.
Yeah.
Quick, everyone. Sahana here from Beyond Clouds. Early in the morning, so I sound a little raspy. So today is Thursday, May 23rd, 2024. For any latecomers who see this video. And I just want to give everybody a heads up that Sunday, the 26th, kicks off the second annual Stand with Two Clouds Week. Yeah. And so just as a recap, anybody who didn't hear of this whole Stand with Two Clouds Week last year, let me give you a little briefing, okay? Firstly, Two Clouds is my son, Muriyd Williams. His Lenape name is Niish Akumahkwak, and that translates to English as two clouds. That's where we get the two clouds from. I know a lot of Muslims don't understand that. They be like freaking out, thinking it's some sort of shirk, like, you know, I don't know. Muslims think everything is shirk, except stuff that is, right? But so Two Clouds, he was an Indigenous rights activist. We are Afro-Indigenous people, meaning we are Black and Indian. And he was, or he is, an enrolled member of his father's tribe, Ramapough, the Lenape people, who are headquartered in Mahwah, New Jersey. He, again, was an Indigenous rights activist. He was a water protector, firekeeper. He acted as tribal secretary at one point, a spokesperson. He served on the council at the time of his death, which was by murder. He was acting as their elected ward chief. And he had just returned, not even 24 hours before, from New England area, Mashpee, on official tribal business, because there's this idiot who came up there on the land threatening the people and such. So he went up there to, he thought this girl, this woman, said that she put together a meeting with other tribal chiefs to help him garner support to once and for all get this stupid dude to leave them alone. He went up there. There was actually no meeting waiting. And so when he came back down to the land in Ramapough, the Mahwah area, less than 24 hours later, he was dead. And so he did such great work in the years that, again, he served the tribe, that and not just the tribe, just Indigenous issues themselves. He did such great work. He, as I've said in other videos, he really put the Ramapough Lenape people on the map, because no one cared about the Ramapough, quite frankly. And, you know, they have very derogatory terms and lore about them. And it wasn't until Two Clouds came up and started fighting for the land and things of that nature that, you know, they started getting support and respect for the people. And, you know, he fought within the Bergen County Court system. If anybody knows anything about the Bergen County area, period, they have a very strong and long-lasting, how do you say? I just have the word in my mind. They're known for being very racist towards Black people and people of color in particular, like generally. And so he fought within the court system and won back, you know, dozens and dozens of acres of land, and inspired other people who own land, you know, a couple of them who owned land, to actually offer land to the tribe. And so before his horrible death, he actually gotten back over 100 acres of land for them. So we're talking about people who didn't have any assets. The one piece of land that they had, which was the first land that he secured for them, was given to them by a well-meaning person. The developer who actually owned all that area initially. And, you know, he developed it. There's mansions all around there, around that land. And it's just under 14 acres that was given to them, and they were actually about to lose it. They were on the verge of losing it. And Two, again, fought for it, won it. He wrote up documentation and stuff. One of his good friends who he understood all that. He helped him edit it and such and got the land. So for all intents and purposes, they had nothing, no assets at all. And now they have millions of dollars worth of assets because that land there in that region is prime land. And so he did a whole lot of things. You know, his mission has always been based, and our mission has always been based in education and health. And so he did a lot for, you know, like I said, Indigenous people and the Ramapough people in particular. So when he was murdered, you know, the next week, I think, like the next week after we buried him, I started Beyond Clouds, and then a little later I started Women of Medicine Health Initiative. And so Stand with Two Clouds Week is to honor him and teach about him, but it's far more about the mission that he was sent here to give the people, the teachings and everything that he did. And the focus is and will always be on the youth because, you know, it's all about the youth taking this thing forward. You know, so we want to invite them to know that they are empowered, to know that they do have a responsibility, even at their young ages, to know that they don't have to feel, you know, depleted, even at their young ages, that there are things that they can do for the world by starting right in their vicinity. So Stand with Two Clouds Week moves to push that idea and, you know, help facilitate that idea to help them start seeing activism, charity, innovation in a way that is conducive to their abilities. And again, letting them know that no, you do have a dog in this race and it's your responsibility to do something. It's all about accountability, you know? And so, yeah, I don't know if I explained it well enough, but I'll be making other videos throughout the week, giving, you know, ideas about what not just youth can do, because oftentimes just adults, people of all ages, abilities, economic, you know, levels want to do something, but we just don't know what to do. I think oftentimes we have this idea that we have to have all this money, we have to have all this clout, we have to have all this support and people, you know, on our team in order to be successful in helping others. But it's just simply not the case, child. Let me tell you, because I'll be out here on the ground by myself. It's tiring as heck. And it does, you know, take some money, gas and everything like that. But it's certainly doable. And I mean, we always talk about our ancestors. A lot of our ancestors, not all of them, but a lot of our ancestors did far more successfully. So yeah, we stand on their shoulders, right?
What you say?
I'm sorry. How you doing? My name is Two Clouds. The Ramapough Mountain Nation, Turtle Play. You want to ask me something?
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit about your clan?
My clan, we're from Ringwood, New Jersey.
Okay.
I wasn't born in Ringwood. My family born in Ringwood.
Okay.
From the Ringwood mines. The majority of my clan, they're dead now from cancers that was given to us for a long time, up until I believe about 30 years ago or so. Ford power plant. They were dumping paint sludge in like old mine shafts.
Wow.
So the toxins, they seeped into the ground, to the groundwater, from the groundwater into the water supply. So as we continue to farm and eat off of the land and hunt and drink the water, we were eating toxins and cancers.
So kind of like what's going on in Flint and in other places. Wow. So this is an old tactic.
Yeah. So actually, there was just a funeral yesterday.
Oh wow.
For someone that died from cancer.
Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. So where are we right now?
Right now we're at the Ramapough Sacred Ceremonial Land in Muriyd, New Jersey.
Okay. Okay. And what are some of the struggles that you guys are dealing with here?
The law enforcement and the town's officials, they've been pressing charges on us for having teepees on the land that we erected in solidarity with Standing Rock.
Okay, but this is you guys' land, right?
Yeah, it's deeded to us. It's ours.
So you could put whatever structure you like to have.
No, because we're not white.
Okay, so we forgot to mention that this is smack dab in the middle of what?
A polo club.
A polo club.
Surrounded by mansions.
Surrounded by mansions. Okay, all right. So then there we go. You guys are like an eyesore because this is prime real estate.
And 35 miles away from Manhattan.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. So this land would be valued at how much now, you think?
Well, being that there's multi-million-dollar houses all around us, literally multi-million-dollar houses, I'd have to say at least $10 million.
Wow.
And this is this whole property that's ours is 13.9 acres.
13.9. Okay.
And this land and right across the water over there, that's an island.
Okay.
That whole island is ours.
Okay. All right. So do you think they're trying to have you guys like abandon the land so then they can start, enacting some laws when it comes to that?
Oh, of course. Actually, that's one of the, I think you would say, stipulations of us having the land. The land was given back to us.
Okay.
About 25 or so years ago.
Okay.
And in order for us to keep the land, we have to use it for recreational purposes.
Okay.
And restoration purposes.
Okay.
So, in shorter terms, we have to do what we're doing to keep the land.
Exactly. And then, but they didn't anticipate for you to do that, considering because, okay, guys, it's cold out here. So as you can see, the conditions, you really want to go home and be in a warm house, but they really didn't expect for you guys to continue it for as long as you've done. Because that's kind of crazy to give you back your land, but under conditions. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, but we didn't get them conditions, other than just respect us when they got here. But
and even the conditions we did give them, they alter. And, like a huge myth is that my ancestors sold the island of Manhattan for $24.
Oh, yeah, I read about that. I'm like, okay, no one's that stupid. Come on now.
And that's our territory. Manhattan is actually a Muncie word. It's a word in our language. Manhattan. Okay. It means the island with many hills. So we leased it to them for a certain amount of years. If I'm not mistaken, it was 99 years or 150 years. Yeah, that was well over 150 years ago.
Yeah, well, I think that's really what they're on anyway, because they can't own the land. So it's like a rolling 99 years, and with little things that you do, it kind of re-ups.
So they just literally just stole it.
Yeah,
they just stole it.
Wow,
outright.
That's crazy.
There's where I'm from I'm from Newark, New Jersey.
Yeah. And
there's a hotel downtown Newark, the Robert Treat Hotel. When you go in there, there's a big mural of a few Lenape people and the Englishman, the one Robert Treat Hotel's named after. And it's the painting. It's supposed to depict when the Lenape sold Newark in that area to Robert Treat
for $24.
But if you look at the actual history.
Right.
That's
Right.
not, even in like what they wrote down, that's not what happened.
No, I found I found some a document with what is it? I think in Jersey, one of the whoever does the tolls and stuff like that. I did some tracing back, and some land that they have that's valued at multiple millions. They have it recorded as they bought it for $1 in the 1930s.
See, when they mark down it was $1,
it's stolen land.
Yeah,
no doubt, no doubt, stolen
and they have
land.
to put a price down.
Yeah,
That's
something
what
for
happens to this land right
consideration.
here.
Yeah.
With this land, from up there to the colleges, a few generations ago, about 3-4 generations ago, it belonged to one of the families.
Okay.
Ramapough families. And as the story goes, some hooded riders were coming down here.
Hooded riders.
Yeah. You know the nice white.
Oh, the white hooded riders.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
to keep 'em
okay.
warm.
Oh, okay, to keep them warm. Okay.
Yeah. Or cool rather when they be burning things.
Or to hide their identity, but you know, that's neither here nor there. But they had white hoods, right?
So they would be coming here and threatening the growth with the growth family. This was a farm actually, and they would come and threaten.
Wow.
And what he wouldn't do. So one night, nobody knows exactly what happened, but he left. He took his family and they went upstate New York.
Wow.
Right over the border.
Wow.
And there's a deed of the land that says it was sold for $1.
That's a tactic. Yeah, that's a tactic that's used nowadays, the whole fear thing. So what do you think about the awakening of our people who have been mislabeled, mulatto, colored, some of us white, Negro, black, and now African American? Like, do they look at you and be like, oh, this is a black guy? Yeah.
Yeah, that or Dominican.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
But honestly, I think it's about time that people are waking up.
Right.
Because honestly, how can you truly embrace an identity that the one who took your identity gives you?
Gave you. Exactly. And changes at will. But then officially says you chose that.
Exactly.
Now, do you happen to know what we were called before we were called this construct called Indian?
We were called, in English, you just say human.
Okay.
But in the different languages, it would be different things.
So
we will call ourselves by what we were around, like the people known as Mohawk.
Yeah.
Mohawk isn't their real name. They have no M in their language.
Okay.
They call themselves Kanagahada, which means the people of the slope.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Lenape means people.
Right.
You know, it means Lene Lenape means the original people, the original man.
Okay.
And that goes for every single tribe in North America.
Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. It should go to who you are in your environment. Yeah. Yeah.
The history of the term Indian, they teach in school. Christopher Columbus was. I hope you have time because.
No, I got time. I got time. I'm looking around like, you know what? There go a cheer. Let me dust it. Hold on, yeah. Yeah, I got time. No, we came out here to get this information because some of us can't travel, right? Because we on a plantation somewhere, handling business. So for those of us who can travel, we need to go and get that information and bring it back to everybody else. Okay.
Now, they say in history books that Christopher Columbus sailed out in 1492 looking for India for spices. Now, the truth is, and this isn't just a conspiracy thing, and I give actual references here. In 1492, there was not a country known as India. There was known as Hinduistan.
Right.
Also, every route was known to get to that piece of land. They've been going there for hundreds and hundreds of years, BC.
Right.
So that right there, that's null and void.
Exactly. Okay.
Now, in year 711, the Moors went from North Africa. The Imazighin is what they call themselves.
Imazighin?
Imazighin, yeah, the Berbers.
The Berbers, yeah, because I have Berber ancestry.
So do I.
Yeah, Egyptian and Libyan.
Okay.
Because they came over here, so.
I'm sorry. Hello? Oh, yeah. Hola, mira, can you call you right back, please? I'm doing an interview. You okay? Do you think it stops snowing? You think you'll be able to take me to get my these stitches? Okay. Okay. I'll call you back, okay? Sorry.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
So
tell me that name again.
Imazighin.
Imazighin.
Mm-hmm.
Imazighin.
Yeah.
That sounds better.
Berber comes from, well, there's a few different stories about the term Berber, but the most acknowledged is that Berber comes from the Latin word for barbarian.
Right. So we would be not Berber, but Imazighin.
Imazighin.
Imazighin. Okay, now.
And then depending on where you're, like my heritage is from is the Western Desert, around the Siwa Oasis.
Yes, the Siwa.
Yeah.
Cairo and the Siwa. In the Siwa, the what they call the Siwan Berber. Yeah, that's my ancestry too.
Okay, I was there. Well, I was in
I haven't
Cairo.
been there. I haven't been there yet, but that's
gorgeous over there.
I know.
Where they live, they build their homes inside of these humongous rocks.
Yeah. So you probably have some ancestry because I'm also a direct descendant of Akhenaten. So you no doubt have, especially.
My name is Brooklyn Demi. My father, Jonathan Demi, aka JD, was a filmmaker. And in 2016, I accompanied him to Standing Rock to document the water protectors working.
Hello, I'm David Miliband, President and CEO of the International Rescue Committee. Our humanitarian focus is on the needs of civilians in Gaza.
I just wanted to bring to light the fact that every single court case that we've had since the prayer came since it came under the name Split Rock Sweetwater, started October 2016, we've won everything. If we didn't win them 100%, we won them 90%, 85%. The town hasn't won anything. Them saying that we don't have a right to pray in the land, first of all, is absurd. We weren't able to pray as Native American people until 1978. We need to remember that. We need to remember that it was illegal for us to worship in any way, shape, or form. Then the Native American Freedom of Religious Act was passed in 78, not long ago. My mother was alive then, you know. Now they're saying again that we cannot pray on our land, that the land is not zoned. So let's only speak about the zoning itself. We have had our land zoned for ceremonial and cultural purposes back in January of 2012. Yet they're ignoring that. Actually, last year, I believe it was September 15th of 2017, they rescinded that permit. But during the trial of October of 2017, the judge said that they do not have the authority or the right to rescind the permit without due process, which they did. So that means that this day it still stands. So the fact that the Mawa government has the audacity to try to lie and say that we are disobeying the law when they themselves are disobeying the law, and they are acting, as Chief Perry has said, as vigilantes. They are just showing that they're nothing more than gangsters at the end of the day. They're nothing more than gangsters. And they think they can keep on oppressing us. They think they can keep on messing with my tribe, and they can't do it. They keep taking us to court, and they keep losing because we have the Creator on our side. And
with that said, this is why we're asking for our allies to come and help us, and we're asking for our people to come and help us, because we're not going to lose. We're not going to lose our land. We're not going to lose our rights. These rights were given to us by the Creator, and these individuals don't have any power over us. And yeah, Mawa, you have no power over us. So you want to say something, or you, Chief? Si number one, leadership si Niish Akumahkwak, Shita Tegaloyate, Ganyageha, Nunguh, Ganyak Kahaga, Shita Mohakwa, Wakning Koh, Naka Alamapok Lenapewa, Wak Nawalataman, Wendak Takwa. Hello everyone, my name is Two Clouds. In the Lenape language that I was speaking, it's Niish Akumahkwak, but in the Mohawk language, it's Tegaloyate, and this is the name that was given to me by my Laganoha'a, my uncle out of Mohawk Reservation, Akosasne. It means two skies as opposed to two clouds. My mother, she's Mohawk, Ganyageha. My father, he is Ramapough Mountain from Catskill Mountains here in New York, New Jersey, the Hudson River going out to the Delaware River. And the Walatama one Takwak, I fell in the way of the turtle climb. So one of the, when I was asked to give my 2 cents,
Were you recently injured in a car accident? Look at this check for $160,000. If you're looking to get money you're owed for an injury, I want you to imagine you and your family
on this topic of the Ganyak Yahaga, and we're always being in the area of Tioga, or Tioga. I was pretty thrilled. This is something that is close to my heart, because this is where my family is from. My Mohawk family is from there. And when you look through the old text, it's very hard to come by facts. It will say either the Ganastoga lived in that area or the Seneca lived in that area of Tioga County, Athens, and all of that whole area there. But there's not an understanding of